writing a diary to vent, and let Iron Man see it. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Hulk, Thor is dead. There is no time. Hawkeye Barton used this good reason to excuse himself, and alleviated his guilt. It was not that our army was not good, but that the other side was driving Gundam. Then, in the picture, Doctor Strange released the Infinity Stone in his chest. There is still time. The last one was the Time Stone. After watching all this, Tony Stark didn't think much about it. He believed it all, mainly because he believed that Bruce Banner would not joke with him. He said directly, "What's his name?" "Thanos." Bruce Banner said with a worried face. "He is a disaster, Tony. He plunders between planets. He plunders the planets directly, and half of the creatures are brutally slaughtered wherever he goes. He instructs Loki to attack New York. This is the man." Bruce Banner tried to explain to Tony Stark. However, this information is only a secret for Tony Stark and others in the picture, and it is no longer a secret for those outside the picture. When everyone heard this, they confirmed their guess. Sure enough, the Infinity Stone on Vision's head was the Mind Stone among the 6 Infinity Stones, and the source was the Mind Scepter. Just a small part of an alien army under Thanos was enough to make the Earth helpless. And this vision, according to Tony Stark's guess, is probably the product he created using Jarvis and the Mind Stone. Apart from this, Tony Stark couldn't think of any other possibilities for the birth of Vision. Tony Stark outside the screen quickly grasped the key point. Could there have been super robots before? In the face of this situation, Bruce Banner complained, "Tony, you lost another super robot. As the Supreme Lord, he once vowed to protect the Eye of Agamotto with his life, and the same was true for the Ancient One before. And this, he would lose it?" Facing Bruce Banner's accusation, Tony Stark immediately defended himself, saying, "I didn't lose it. He is not just a robot, he can evolve by himself. Moreover, he will use this Time Stone to deal with Thanos. Don't even think about it. We swear to protect the Time Stone with our lives." Doctor Strange said without thinking. "A super robot that can evolve by itself." Then, Tony Stark revealed a shocking news, and this is exactly the problem. 2 weeks ago, Vision turned off his communicator and his whereabouts are unknown. It's hard to say. He has obtained the power and space gems. His strength can already dominate the entire universe. If all 6 gems fall into his hands, Bruce Banner wanted to persuade Tony Stark. The current situation is that we have this one, the Mind Stone, which is in Vision's hands. Bruce Banner hurriedly dissuaded him. "We have to find him quickly." As more and more information was revealed in Lin Feng's diary, they actually knew the relationship between the Chitauri and Thanos. The 2 arrogant homes quarreled as soon as they met. I just don't know where Loki got it from. It turned out to be him. Tony Stark also suddenly realized how much time is left. If Thanos wants to collect 6, then why not just treat this one as garbage? Tony Stark asked. Countless lives will suffer disasters. It's simply unimaginable. At this time, Doctor Strange couldn't help but say. He immediately thought of the robots flying in the air during the Sokovia battle, with catfish faces. That were his aesthetic preference. Could it be those robots? Lost the super robot again. Everyone thought of Vision's performance, which was almost like a rigid robot. But being able to evolve autonomously means being out of control. For a person like Tony Stark, it is difficult to imagine creating an uncontrolled superhero. "Tony, aren't you afraid of causing a crisis by creating this kind of thing?" Black Widow Natasha said. "You know, there are many things like the crisis of intelligent machines, not to mention that you have lost one. Although it's not appropriate to say this, a super robot, based on the underlying code, should not have any accidents normally." Tony Stark said. "That means there are still abnormal situations." And Dr. Banner said that you lost it again, which means that you have lost it more than once. "You should pay attention to this issue," said Natasha, the Black Widow. Tony Stark nodded. This is because his brain circuit as a scientist is completely different from that of ordinary people, but the autonomous evolution of robots still makes him wary. Even if it is to evolve, it must evolve under the leadership of humans, which is in line with his expectations. But it is precisely because of this that he feels strange why he would create such a thing in a parallel universe. If artificial intelligence is not controlled, the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, the learning ability of humans and AI cannot be compared at all. If a code program cannot be designed at the bottom to prevent it, who knows that after a while, when you wake up, humans will become slaves of robots. Who can find vision now? Doctor Strange in the picture did not want to waste any more words and asked directly. After hearing this, Tony Stark hesitated for a moment and said, maybe Steve Rogers can. Maybe. But no one expected that the final clue pointed to Captain America Rogers. Captain America Rogers, who had not said much just now, realized that something was wrong. Looking at Tony Stark's future, Bruce Banner said quickly, then call him. Tony Stark said helplessly, it's not that simple. Oh my god, we haven't been in touch for a while. The Avengers have disbanded, and we have disbanded. Tony Stark revealed a shocking secret, that is, the Avengers will disband in the future. The Avengers have disbanded, and they have known about this for a long time. After all, they have experienced such a serious civil war, which is also related to the death of Tony Stark's parents. But the question is, why can't Tony Stark contact the robot he made, but Steve Rogers can? What's going on? Tony Stark is also very angry. The super robot I made doesn't listen to me. Is it going to betray me too? That is to say, since that civil war, until the arrival of this Thanos, the Avengers have been in a state of division, and Banner obviously didn't know about this, because he didn't participate in the civil war, said Natasha, the Black Widow. Plus he was teleported back from Asgard using the Rainbow Bridge, so I suspect he wasn't even on Earth during that time. If he was on Earth, even if he didn't participate, he should have heard about it, but he didn't, so he was on another planet during that time, until Thanos was about to invade in the video. Everyone nodded. It seemed like this. It was in line with common sense. And the split state of the Avengers should have been ended by this Thanos. So later there was a situation where Tony, Thor, and Captain America fought Thanos together. Natasha, the Black Widow, said, this may be the most realistic guess at present. Break up. Like a band breaking up, like the Beatles. At this time, Bruce Banner in the picture was shocked beyond belief. He had never thought that the Avengers would disband. He had only been away from Earth for a few years, and such a big thing had happened. Tony Stark knew that Bruce Banner didn't know, but he didn't want to mention the specific situation, so he could only say vaguely, the Captain and I have a falling out, and we don't care about each other now. Bruce Banner has not yet realized what the split between the Avengers has reached. He even broke a shocking news. Tony, listen to me. Thor is gone, and Thanos is coming soon. Now is not the time for you to be upset. At this time, he didn't know that Thor was not dead yet. But everyone outside the screen knew that if Thor died, there would be no situation where the three giants of the Avengers would fight Thanos. Although it is possible that the first generation of the Avengers was collectively wiped out after that battle, it is obviously not now. And Odin and Thor, father and son in Asgard, looked at each other, which shows that the problem is as serious as they had estimated before. They had only guessed that Thanos had been to Asgard before, but now it is basically certain that Thanos must have been to Asgard, and according to Thanos' usual habit, he must have slaughtered more than half of Asgard. Especially Odin. He had heard about Thanos' code of conduct. Many of the planets he conquered had more than half of their lives slaughtered, and his external statement was that it was to ensure the sustainable development of the universe. Although this statement is stupid, he has really followed this logic for so many years. In other words, at least half of Asgard was slaughtered by him, and even Thor might have been crippled. Later, for some reason, he did not die. However, Bruce Banner mistakenly thought that he was dead, which obviously meant that he was beaten badly. This also explains why Thor, mentioned in Lin Feng's previous diary, ascended the throne in a small fishing village in northern Europe. Because after Asgard experienced Ragnarok, it not only lost all its wealth and ancient heritage, but also only a small number of people were left. Chapter 227 Nano Armor Transformation. So cool. If it weren't like this, even if it encountered Ragnarok, the scale of Asgard would not be as small as a small village. Under Bruce Banner's persuasion, Tony Stark was about to take out the old mobile phone that Captain America Rogers left him to call Captain America. Suddenly at this moment, the house shook violently. Everyone ran out to see that the entire New York street was in a state of chaos. Tony Stark quickly put on his smart glasses and asked, "Friday, what's the situation now?" "I can't be sure for the time being, I'm investigating." Friday's voice came. In the distance, a huge roller-shaped spaceship has flown over New York. And farther away, the hair on the body of the little spider Peter Parker suddenly stood upside down, because his super spider sense took effect at this time. And it was Mr. Stanley who was joking with the school bus. At this time, everyone realized that it was this familiar old man again, and couldn't help but complain, "Why is this old man everywhere?" What he hates most is that someone is more pretentious than him. In this world, no one is allowed to be more pretentious than him. Listen up, be happy. He showed amazing strength. Compared with when he just became Doctor Strange, his strength has obviously improved dramatically. However, at this time, two beams of light shone down from the spaceship, and Ebony Maw, one of the 5 generals of the Black Order, and the huge black dwarf had appeared on the street. I have always wanted to ask, what should he do if he is in a place without tall buildings and his spider silk is useless? Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but complained. Got it. At this time, Tony Stark in the city center also began to command Friday to evacuate the crowd. There is no doubt that this scene is also seen by everyone. Friday, evacuate everyone south of 43rd Street. Notify emergency rescue personnel. Everyone immediately began to imagine the scene of Spider-Man Peter Parker desperately rushing on the ground, and they couldn't help laughing. That scene was really funny. It's just that at that time, Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf faced a zombie-like Earth after landing. Not long after, they were eaten by these members of the Avengers and assimilated into zombies. Before, he had delivered packages to Tony Stark, shaved Thor's hair, and now he was driving a school bus for the kids. At this moment, Peter Parker had already changed his clothes sleekly and swung directly towards the city center with spider silk. Friday answered without hesitation. "Sorry, Earth is closed today." Tony Stark interrupted his pretentious process and said, "You'd better pack up and get out." Why can Spider-Man only be a good neighbor in New York City? Because there are a lot of high-rise buildings in New York City, Ebony Maw said calmly and pretentiously. But the real power is Doctor Strange, who directly stopped the spaceship with one move. Although they all had to walk, as long as they thought that Spider-Man had no high-rise buildings to use as leverage, and had to run over, they didn't know why they felt full of humor. At this time, everyone understood why in the previous zombie parallel universe, when Ebony Maw and Bruce Banner came to Earth, they met Tony Stark, the Master King, and the zombie version of Doctor Strange. It turned out that the root was here. The son of Thanos will personally send you off to the grave. You should be grateful. Your antibodies can also contribute to the balance of the universe. Gem Guardian, is this nagging animal your spokesperson? Ebony Maw looked directly at Doctor Strange and said. Obviously, he didn't take Tony Stark seriously at all. He just regarded him as a native of a low-level planet. Such natives are no different from ants. In fact, with the level of civilization and strength they possess, it can indeed be said that way. The strength of the entire Earth's technology side is nothing worth paying attention to. The only thing worth paying attention to is the magicians on the magic side, which is even their king, Thanos, is very afraid of. If it weren't for the fact that the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One was dead, Thanos might not have made up his mind to invade the Earth. Of course not, I can speak for myself. You are illegally invading a city in this planet. Doctor Strange said directly. He said to let you go, Squidward. Tony Stark came up and gave him a big nickname. The two sides were ready to fight as soon as they disagreed. Tony Stark and his words completely angered Darkseid and Ebony Maw. Under Ebony Maw's order, Black Dwarf approached step by step. Banner, won't you do anything? Tony Stark asked Bruce Banner. Then they saw Bruce Banner trying to summon Hulk, but he couldn't summon Hulk at all. This was unprecedented. After all, before this, only Bruce Banner didn't want Hulk to come out. and there had never been a situation where Hulk didn't want to come out and Bruce Banner wanted him to come out. This was only the case when the zombies were in the parallel universe. So, does the timeline start to diverge from here? Tony Stark said, touching his chin. Looking at this familiar scene, everyone seemed to understand it better. A little bit of change made the timeline gallop in an unknown direction. The zombieization on Earth has not yet affected Bruce Banner, Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf and others in the universe, but it will soon zombieize the entire universe. During this process, no matter how Bruce Banner called, Hulk just refused to come out. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help laughing, just thinking it was too funny. And Tony Stark was also speechless, saying to Bruce Banner, "You make me embarrassed in front of the wizards." Tony Stark originally wanted to rely on Hulk to support the scene, so that the two wizards would know that their Avengers alliance was not without people, and there was also a big guy with super terrifying combat power. As a result, this big guy couldn't come out at all. This was embarrassing, but he immediately decided to do it himself. While everyone was still considering how to summon his armor from the Stark building, he clicked on the arc reactor on his chest, and then countless nanomaterials from the arc reactor were directly laid out to form a battle armor. It turned out that in the years of later generations, Tony Stark had actually developed the armor to the level of nano armor, which could be carried with him. After only a moment, the change of clothes was completed. Yes, that's right, this is what I want. Tony Stark outside the screen couldn't help but exclaimed. How to quickly wear armor in a battlefield environment has always been the focus of his research. First, he built a platform for wearing armor at home, or in the Stark building, then a suitcase, and then put a set of armor in every possible place where he could move, a simple wearing platform. Then there was a detachable one. It can be said that he thought of many ways, but he was still not completely satisfied. But now after seeing the nano armor, his mind was opened up all of a sudden. Indeed, no matter how the general armor is reduced, it is difficult to reduce it to a level that he is satisfied with, and because of the reduction, the configuration needs to be reduced, which weakens the combat effectiveness of the armor itself. For example, when fighting Whiplash, this was the result. When the simplified version of Mark armor faced Whiplash, it was almost completely broken. And no matter what, you have to carry a suitcase, which is not very convenient anyway. But now it's different. If you wear it directly in the form of nano, you can use it at any time. Moreover, there are too many benefits of using nano robots. You don't have to worry about the reduction of armor that you have been worried about. Tony Stark had countless inspirations at once. He was very excited and thought that he would study the direction of this nano robot in the future. Obviously, this is a field that he has not yet touched, but since the future self can do it, there is no reason why the present self can't do it. When other people saw this scene, they had to admit that the transformation process was not just handsome, but super handsome. They even had the urge to want a set of armor. Men are teenagers until they die, and there is no one who doesn't want armor. The key is that after the transformation is completed, the battle starts instantly, and Tony Stark also shows the strength of the nano armor in combat, which is definitely much stronger than what Tony Stark is using now. Facing the Black Dwarf who rushed directly over this general under Thanos, he was not in a hurry and blasted him away with an energy cannon. But Ebony Maw's strength was obviously more outrageous. With a wave of his hand, Black Dwarf was pushed aside. When Bruce Banner saw this scene, he was shocked. It has only been a few years, and Tony Stark's armor technology has been improved to this level. It's too cool. He asked quickly, how did it come out? This is called nanotechnology. Do you like it? This is. Tony Stark was about to show off, but Ebony Maw pointed his finger and blasted him away. He was interrupted halfway through pretending. At this time, Tony Stark probably felt what Ebony Maw felt when he interrupted him just now. It was really uncomfortable. After Doctor Strange sent Bruce Banner away, the battle between the two sides started directly with this street as a center. Compared with everyone else, Ebony Maw's battle truly showed what elegance is, and it will never go out of style. Chapter 228 Tony, you still say Peter is not your biological son? During this process, no matter how embarrassed Bruce Banner was, he wanted to call out Hulk, but Hulk was unmoved and even howled, "No." Seeing this, everyone was completely sure that Hulk just didn't want to come out, although he had come out under the pressure of zombies in the zombie parallel universe. But he still refused to come out at this time, which was obviously not at the level of being upset. I'm afraid he really went through something. Does Hulk hate Banner so much? Hawkeye Barton thought for a while and said, "Before in the arena, did Hulk say that everyone likes Banner and doesn't like Hulk, so he was angry?" When everyone thought of this, they seemed to understand a little bit. If you understand it from this aspect, it seems that many things can be understood. Maybe the two sides are really upset. Banner, after Thor, you have become a funny man. Black Widow Natasha said with a smile. I'm not. I don't know why Hulk is upset with me. Bruce Banner's face was really red. He saw himself trying every means to get Hulk to come out in the picture, but Hulk just refused to come out, which made him look like a funny man. The two sides joined forces to fight against Black Dwarf. I'm going to visit the Museum of Modern Art. Before Spider-Man Peter Parker could explain more, he was grabbed by Black Dwarf and flew away. Hello, man. Are you okay, Mr. Stark? He is an alien who came here to steal a wizard's necklace. Tony Stark started to explain. Fortunately, Spider-Man Peter Parker is not an ordinary person. This is a very fatal blow to ordinary people, but for him, it is nothing. Especially Doctor Strange and the Wizard King were easily suppressed by Ebony Maw, and Doctor Strange was easily strangled to unconsciousness. If it weren't for his magical cloak to fight independently, he would probably be taken away by Ebony Maw immediately. Father and son soldiers on the battlefield, brothers fighting tigers. Everyone looked solemn. This battle directly demonstrated the combat power of the 5 black generals under Thanos. At this time, Tony Stark also entered the most dangerous moment in the picture. At the critical moment, it was Spider-Man Peter Parker who appeared in time to help Tony Stark block the terrifying axe of Black Dwarf. Spider-Man Peter Parker immediately swung back and launched a counterattack. What's the matter with this guy, Mr. Stark? Now the battlefield is divided into 2 parts, forming a situation of warriors against warriors and mages against mages. Everyone looked like they couldn't help laughing, and they all laughed out loud. Children should go to school well, grow up well, be a street hero, and be a good neighbor to New York citizens. This level of crisis is not a place for him to be a hero. Yes, we know. You kid, where did you come from? Tony Stark asked with some questioning. Spider-Man Peter Parker still had the mind to joke. Bruce Banner was even more speechless. There is no way to tear off the label of this funny man, right? Who said that Europeans and Americans advocate happy education? That's only for ordinary people. The schedules of serious elites are very full. When they go to school, they will be told that they will manage the world in the future and be the masters of the world, so they can't slack off. It was 2 against 2, but the superheroes of the Avengers were completely at a disadvantage. At this time, this child should be in school, so why is he here? He easily suppressed the Avengers who had a greater advantage in numbers. Of course, if more superheroes came, the situation might be different, but the combat power of the 2 is undoubtedly strong. On the other side, Spider-Man Peter Parker also saw Ebony Maw chasing Doctor Strange, who was wrapped in a magical cloak, and rescued him at the critical moment, but Doctor Strange was also directly abducted by the spacecraft's guiding light. Tony Stark was almost killed in a single fight with Black Dwarf. If the Wizard King hadn't teleported Black Dwarf away at a critical moment and used the dimensional space teleportation array to disable one of his hands, he would probably have been killed on the spot. Tony Stark was eager to save people and only had time to leave a sentence. 1. You must come to my wedding. Then he flew directly into the sky. At this time, Peter Parker was lying on the spaceship, and Tony Stark had called for his brand new spider suit, the Iron Spider suit, which he developed specifically for Spider-Man Peter Parker. Peter, let go, I will catch you. Tony Stark said as he chased. Aren't we going to save the master? Spider-Man Peter Parker said. But the higher he flew, the thinner the air felt, and he even had to take off his mask to increase his oxygen intake. After all, he was just a normal human being and could not survive in an environment without air. We are flying too high. You will be short of oxygen," Tony Stark said. Tony Stark, who was outside the screen, saw this scene and had a new idea in his heart. He had never thought of fighting in space before. After all the previous battles were on land, not even in the water. But with the variety of enemies in the future, he must consider that the enemy may come from underground, from the bottom of the sea, and from outer space. This is obviously a new topic. Whenever he thought his suit was perfect, he would be reminded by Lin Feng's diary that his suit was not perfect enough. The Tony Stark in the picture obviously did not have this problem. It was probably because he had gone through the Battle of New York, when he carried a nuclear bomb into space and fainted due to lack of oxygen. After that experience, he probably installed a life support system in the suit. Just when the little spider Peter Parker fell from the sky due to lack of oxygen, the Iron Spider suit that was launched urgently arrived in time, caught him, and put on in mid-air. "Wow, it's so handsome," Hawkeye Barton said enviously. He also wanted to have such a suit. Unlike the original Spider-Man suit just now, this red, blue and gold Iron Spider suit is so handsome. "So you prepared this for him, Tony?" "I have to say, no wonder Lin Feng said that he is your biological son. This is not the treatment of your biological son," Nick Fury said jokingly. "That's right, no wonder Lin Feng said that he is a successor of Iron Man." At this time, Black Widow Natasha started to tease. Everyone teased Tony Stark for being hypocritical, saying that Spider-Man Peter Parker was not his godson, let alone his biological son, but he secretly prepared a set of Iron Spider suit for his godson behind his back. And obviously, it also used the latest nanotechnology developed by Tony Stark, and the nano armor was covered in an instant. And a life support system was also installed inside, which can directly produce oxygen. Many years later, Tony Stark's research on armor has reached an incredible level, far exceeding many alien civilizations, let alone Earthlings. Look at Spider-Man's Iron Spider suit, it is really handsome, and even considers the problem of lack of oxygen in high altitude combat. It is obvious that it has been prepared long ago, but it depends on when he will give it to Spider-Man Peter Parker. This is not the treatment of a biological son. What is the treatment of a biological son? According to his understanding of Tony Stark, this body, with all kinds of equipment, various shapes, and various functions, if you want to achieve it, it may cost hundreds of millions of dollars. If this is not his biological son, then who is his biological son? And Tony Stark didn't know what to say for a while. This feeling was also very strange to him. Although he was honest and arrogant, he could see that his parallel self really cared about Spider-Man Peter Parker. So when faced with everyone questioning him, "Tony Stark, you still say Peter Parker is not your biological son?" Such words would make even him feel dazed. For a moment, even he was not so confident. If he didn't really know that this was not his child, and Peter Parker's life experience was also very clear, he would probably want to doubt it. How dare he say that he was not his biological child? He, Tony Stark, might not be so concerned about his biological child. This point is also a legacy in their Stark family. For example, his father didn't care about him as much as he did about Peter Parker. And then Lin Feng's sudden pop-up barrage made him a little bit nervous. He really is. I'm crying to death. Who dares to say that Peter Parker is not Tony Stark's biological son? If anyone doubts again, please ask him to watch the VCR. The devil is in the details. Tony Stark really hides all his care in the details. He once fainted due to lack of oxygen in space and almost died, so he added it to Spider-Man's equipment. He once almost froze to death in the snow, so he added a heating module to Spider-Man's equipment. He almost fell from the sky and died during his first flight, so he added a parachute to Spider-Man's equipment. If this is not the biological father, then who is the biological father? Well, the final conclusion is that Tony Stark is indeed Peter Parker's biological father. At this time, Tony Stark couldn't help touching his nose in the funny eyes of everyone. He was a little embarrassed, but he had experienced or known most of the things mentioned here. He almost died from falling from a high altitude because he flew too high when testing the flight function for the first time, which caused the engine to freeze. The lack of oxygen was because he carried a nuclear bomb into space. But when had he nearly frozen to death in the snow? Would he have to suffer this in the future? Chapter 229, 2018, The End of the World. Just when everyone was still teasing that Tony Stark and Peter Parker were not blood-related father and son, Tony Stark in the picture saw that Spider-Man Peter Parker was fine and immediately told the artificial intelligence, "Good luck, Kit." Friday sent him back. Okay. Friday faithfully fulfilled his mission as an artificial intelligence. In an instant, a parachute appeared behind Spider-Man and took him down. Iron Man had already broken into the spaceship at this time. In the middle, he received a call from Pepper. Pepper knew Tony Stark so well that she guessed that Tony Stark was on this spaceship. "I'm sorry, dear." Tony Stark could only choose to say sorry when facing the voice of his lover calling him back. If it was the old Tony Stark, he might go back, but now for him, he is a superhero, Iron Man. The scene changed, and Tony Stark and Doctor Strange's cape reunited with Spider-Man Peter Parker. He clearly asked him to go back to school, but this time he followed him again. The responsibility of a superhero left him no choice but to bite the bullet. "I have served Thanos for so long, and I have never let him down. If I go to Titan to present the gem and you are still in the way, it means I'm not doing my job well." Ebony Maw threatened coldly. He must have caught up with the spider silk. "Now I know why the little guy proposed to make the whole world forget that he is Spider-Man. It is outrageous and even requires a very dangerous spell." But Doctor Strange also agreed. It turned out that the little guy saved his life. Everyone saw in the picture that Doctor Strange, who was also sucked out by the hole in the spaceship, was pulled back by Spider-Man Peter Parker at the critical moment. Obviously, although his strength is very strong, maybe even stronger than Thor, Thor and Loki can survive in the void of the universe, but Ebony Maw can't. The two had a fierce dispute over whether Spider-Man Peter Parker should go home. However, everyone was shocked to see the cloak that seemed to have its own consciousness. This was not an illusion. It was just like a normal human being and a general artificial intelligence. The same is true for this magic cloak. I'm afraid it is really conscious. Artificial intelligence looks conscious, but it is not. However, he did not know that Spider-Man Peter Parker had also arrived on the spaceship. The long thorn pierced into Doctor Strange's body, causing him to scream in a low voice. At this time, Ebony Maw was interrogating Doctor Strange, using countless mana to condense into a solid spike, approaching Doctor Strange little by little. "Hand over the gem." In the end, Spider-Man Peter Parker came up with a strategy. He used a plot in the Alien movie to directly blow a big hole in the spaceship and use the gravity of space to instantly suck Ebony Maw, who was much stronger than everyone else, into the universe and freeze him to death. The existence of gods is far more magical than everyone imagines and cannot be measured entirely by the strength of their combat power. Tony Stark outside the screen saw this scene and couldn't help but say, "Hawkeye Barton said, I knew this kid wouldn't listen." Thinking about it again, it seemed like there was a reasonable explanation for Doctor Strange's risking his life for Peter Parker. It turned out that he was repaying the favor of saving his life. Just after escaping from danger, Doctor Strange immediately said, "We have to turn the ship back. You're going to run away now. You're really good." Tony Stark sneered and mocked. Obviously, the auras of both sides were still very incompatible. "I have to protect the gem," Doctor Strange said hurriedly. "Then you have to thank me first. What are you waiting for? I'm ready and all ears." Tony Stark couldn't help but remind him. "Thank you for what?" "Thank you for almost blowing me into space," Doctor Strange said directly and unceremoniously. "Who saved you?" "A pretentious guy." "It was me," Tony Stark said. "How did you get that arrogant face of yours into the helmet?" Doctor Strange said with a sneer. "Admit it, you should have sneaked away just now. I told you to retreat quickly, but you didn't listen." Tony Stark kept complaining. "But I'm not one of your men. I don't need to listen to your orders," Doctor Strange retorted. "Because of you, we are now trapped in this space donut." Tony Stark sneered. "We are now trapped in this space donut, 108,000 miles away from the Earth, and we are isolated and helpless." The two homes seemed to be born to dislike each other. As soon as they calmed down a little, they immediately started to be venomous to each other. Watching the two people arguing like children quarreling, everyone outside the screen was a little speechless. I now agree with Lin Feng's statement. Tony and this Doctor Strange are really the most venomous tongues in the Marvel universe. Hill couldn't help but complain. Everyone nodded. This is so true. Now they suddenly understood that any nickname Lin Feng gave them, or any complaint about them, was probably for a reason. Many times before they didn't understand. That was just because they hadn't figured out what had happened. After a fierce argument, Tony Stark finally spoke out his true thoughts. You are the one who doesn't understand how serious the situation is. The shadow of Thanos has been lingering in my mind for 6 years. After the invasion of New York, he is back again. I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure whose home turf is better, but you see what they did. But at least they didn't expect us to rush to his territory, so I suggest that we take the initiative. Doctor, do you understand what I mean? Okay, Stark, we take the initiative, but you have to understand that, if I have to choose between you, the child and the gem, I will give up both of you without hesitation. Doctor Strange warned. You have to understand, because this is related to the balance of the universe. No problem, you have principles. Tony Stark nodded. That's it. Then he came to the little spider Peter Parker and said, boy, now you are an Avenger. He didn't expect that he thought the other party was a child before and was not qualified to join the Avengers. Children should go to school and at most be good neighbors to New York citizens. Save the world and leave it to adults. However, the situation is urgent now, and he urgently approved Peter Parker to join the Avengers. Tony Stark looked at this scene and suddenly had a headache, because from this picture, the next story should be that these Avengers, plus the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy who are still unknown, will join forces to fight Thanos, and then be hung up and beaten by Thanos. Isn't this just waiting to be sent to the door and embarrassed? This was actually proposed by himself. He couldn't even blame himself. Especially in like the current him who has learned about some Thanos and some terrifying father level bosses. The parallel self obviously has never understood it at all. Directly raiding the opponent's base camp, wanting to catch the thief first, is simply desperate. Tony, you're too reckless. Nick Fury said. You rushed to the enemy's lair alone. Have you forgotten how you fought the Chitauri? If there are 10,000 Chitauri over there, you can't even get close to Thanos. You're dead. Everyone nodded. According to this, losing to Thanos is still a decent ending. At least it's losing to a father level boss. If you are besieged to death by the Chitauri, that would be the worst. But at least we know the exact time. Black Widow Natasha said. Tony said that the time in the video is 6 years after the Chitauri invaded New York. It is known that the Chitauri invaded in 2012, which means that Thanos will invade in 2018. There is really not much time left for us. Everyone had a headache when they thought about it. After all, after knowing the exact time of the future decisive battle, everyone was a little overwhelmed because they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Only Bruce Banner thought of something else and said excitedly, that means that it's only 8 years from now and your armor has evolved to the nano level. Tony, you are really good at this and very talented. That's a must. Tony Stark nodded proudly, but he quickly restrained this emotion because it also meant that he didn't have much time left. The future decisive battle will happen 8 years later, at the latest in 2019. But if our previous guess is correct, that is, the reason why Thanos dare not invade the Earth is because of the protection of Ancient One and Odin. It means that in the next 8 years, these two real protectors of the Earth will also pass away one after another. At this time, Nick Fury put forward another point of view, and everyone was silent. Indeed, they have actually seen how the two big guys died. Ancient One was stabbed to death by Cassilis casually, and finally his soul left his body. He was unwilling to return to his body, so he found a reason to leave work and run away. The spiritual model of contemporary workers. Odin also held on until the last moment, and disappeared without a trace in a ball of golden light. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Encountering the Guardians of the Galaxy on Titan. but they had not subconsciously calculated the time in between, and now, this time was laid out nakedly in front of them, and the sense of urgency came all at once. Thanos only sent 2 men to mess up the earth, and how terrifying he was. Before, Thanos alone beat the 3 top forces of the Avengers, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. Now I can really say a sentence originally reserved for a certain Chinese national football team that cannot be named. There is really not much time left for them. So far, they have not thought of a way to defeat Thanos, and there are only 8 years in total. It seems long, but it is far from enough to fight against a cosmic level overlord. In the palace of Asgard, Thor's eyes were red, and he also thought that his father's death might also be within these 8 years. In other words, there are really not many years left. So he used to like running around and looking for friends to play with all over the universe, but recently he rarely goes to Earth, and most of the time he stays at home to accompany his parents. Then a spherical grenade was thrown in, instantly blowing the 3 people away. Obviously, Peter Parker, the little spider, was shocked, and even on the alien planet, he was still very powerful. Although his mother, Queen Frigga, also died on the sacred timeline, as long as she was careful, she would be fine. However, his father, I'm afraid, is really hopeless. Before they could think about it, Peter Parker, the little spider, quickly reminded them, I just want to say that something is coming this way. Drax the Destroyer roared and launched an attack. These 8 years are too short for humans, not to mention the gods of Asgard. So he guessed that this might be the Guardians of the Galaxy mentioned in Lin Feng's diary, who was hung up and beaten by Thanos together with the Avengers. Odin comforted his son. The spaceship in the picture had landed on Titan. Since there was no one to control it, it made an emergency landing and crashed into Titan. The 2 sides launched a fierce battle, and for a while, it was difficult to tell the winner. However, it was completely different from the technologically advanced and developed, or mysterious magic holy land they imagined. This was a desolate planet that seemed to be completely abandoned. Then the 2 sides started fighting directly. They really didn't agree on anything. They started fighting before they figured out what was going on. Could it be that they didn't know each other until they fought? For him, it was about the same time as when he went out to hang out. Then, a group of people rushed in directly, but it was none other than Star-Lord and his group. Everyone was stunned. This was different from what they imagined. Especially they didn't imagine being surrounded by heavy troops and then being beaten to death by 10,000 Chitauri. Before Thanos came, the 2 sides had already fought. After a dazzling battle, Star-Lord successfully controlled Spider-Man, pointed a gun at Spider-Man and shouted, everyone, don't move. Calm down. I just want to ask you one question. Where is Gamora? How could he not be sad? Odin also saw his son's pain and said immediately, don't be sad, child. Birth, aging, sickness and death are just a complete experience in life. As long as you, Loki and Frigga are fine, I have no regrets. The rest depends on you and Loki. Asgard is handed over to you. Is this the Guardians of the Galaxy? Tony Stark looked at the 2 sides fighting directly in the picture. They didn't look like Thanos' men. But he didn't expect that the 2 sides actually knew each other in this way. Thanos. Faced with this question, Tony Stark asked another soul-searching question. I'll ask a more advanced question than you. Who is Gamora? And Drake the Destroyer, who was stepped on by him, also asked, then I'll ask a more advanced question. Why do you ask Gamora? Now it's really time for the questioning session. Tell me the whereabouts of that girl, otherwise I will roast her. Star-Lord threatened fiercely. Go ahead, if you dare to touch my people, I will kill them, come on. Tony Stark was not tolerant of such a reckless Star-Lord, and shouted directly. As he said that, a long-barreled energy gun appeared in his hand. This scene made Tony Stark's eyes light up outside the screen. This nanotechnology is really awesome. It seems that there is nothing in his hands at ordinary times, but through the combination of nanorobots, he can instantly turn into a long sword, even a cannon, anything. But other people saw this scene and felt very speechless. They were bystanders and naturally saw clearly that there was some kind of misunderstanding because of the misunderstanding caused by this person called Gamora. However, the two sides still fought directly without saying a word and did not ask the identities of both parties. Obviously, asking one more question could solve the problem. After a series of questioning and threats, both sides finally realized that they seemed to have hit the wrong person. The captured little spider asked pitifully, "So you are not an accomplice of Thanos? Are you in the same group with Thanos?" "Of course not. I'm here to kill Thanos," Star-Lord said with an incredible face. "He kidnapped my girlfriend." "Wait, who are you?" "We are the Avengers, man," Spider-Man Peter Parker said speechlessly. At this time, they all began to realize that perhaps they really found the wrong person. "You are the group of people Thor mentioned?" At this time, Mantis seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, "Do you know Thor?" Tony Stark immediately reacted and said, "Since both parties have someone they know as a medium, it will be easy to communicate. Of course I know him. He is tall, not very good looking, and especially lacks love." Star-Lord couldn't help but say, "Where is he now?" Doctor Strange asked. Hearing this off screen, Thor immediately jumped up and couldn't help complaining. "What? Not good looking? What do you mean by lack of love? I'm a famous handsome man in Asgard. If you ask around, everyone knows Thor. I don't know how many goddesses in Asgard are fascinated by me. What does this guy mean? It's so abominable. What does he mean? I don't look good. I lack love?" Thor was so angry. According to the aesthetics of Asgard, Thor is indeed very handsome, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and muscular. In addition, his identity as the Prince of Asgard made him the object of worship of countless goddesses in Asgard. As a result, this guy actually said this? "Be quiet, Thor." Odin looked at his son who was jumping up and down in anger because of the attack on his appearance and asked him to calm down directly, saying, "It's okay even if you said a few words. You may be saved by him in the future. Think about it. Bruce Banner said you were dead, but you didn't die. Maybe you met them and were saved by them. It's better to be like this." Thor muttered to himself. Although there is no evidence, it is also possible. If this is true, then they really saved their lives. Their gods can survive in the void of the universe, but it is impossible to do this for no reason. It consumes divine power. Divine power is not endless, so no one would be willing to do this, unless they are crazy. Gods are incredible beings. Many gods may not be as powerful as superheroes, but they always have their own unique features. They can even survive in the void of the universe. They are essentially a group of beings that have completed a higher level of evolution, not just far superior to ordinary people in terms of strength. Even if Loki is not an orthodox royal family of Asgard, he can still survive in the void of the universe for a period of time. So in Thor 1, Loki fell into the void of the universe, but he was still able to survive in the end. There are reasons for all this. The ice giants are regarded as a strong enemy by Asgard. To a certain extent, the degree of transformation and sublimation of both sides is almost the same. The gap is not between the ordinary people of both sides, but between the royal families of both sides. If a modified person like Captain America Rogers goes to space, he will die in an instant. But it has not yet reached the incredible existence described in mythological stories, immortal, omnipotent and so on. Having said that, Thor was still furious. "I'm not good looking? I'm not good looking? Are you guys who look weird good looking?" And the people of SHIELD just thought it was extremely funny. They really fought over a disagreement. If they could say one more word, it would not have become like this. If Thor hadn't just happened to be mentioned, it would be hard to tell how the two teams would end and communicate. However, since Thor was a communication medium, everyone quickly communicated and reached a consensus. When they found that they all had to fight Thanos, they immediately became teammates. Everyone came outside and looked at this desolate planet. Star-Lord immediately began to measure and said, "What's going on with this planet? The axis is offset by 8 degrees, and the gravity is extremely unstable." What he should find most strange is that the air and gravity here are the same as on Earth. Only then can they survive on it. Coulson saw this scene and couldn't help but complain. So the environment on Earth is not unique, but standard? This thought flashed through Tony Stark's mind. From this video, it can be seen that it seems that it is different from what many scientists have speculated. The environment on Earth is probably some kind of standard in the universe. The oxygen content may be similar, and the gravity may be similar. Chapter 231 14 million possible endings, but only one victory. This discovery will undoubtedly overturn the scientific community. So he was quite brave to dare to remove the transformation of the armor on the alien spaceship in the parallel universe. Before he could think about it, Tony Stark in the picture said, "Our only advantage is that he will come to our door. So we have to take advantage of this." Okay, I have a plan, at least a preliminary idea. It's very simple. We attract him, knock him down, and then take away what we want. Tony Stark at this time obviously did not realize that the existence he had to deal with this time was not at the same level as those he had faced before. Compared with those he had fought before, such as Abade, Killian, Ultron, Loki and Thanos, they were really small fry. Such a simple plan is useless. Of course, complex plans are actually useless. After all, the strength of these Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy members combined is not enough to beat Thanos alone. It's useless to focus on one anyway. We don't need to fight with him. What we want is the glove. Tony Stark continued to elaborate on his thoughts and ideas. But before they could say anything more, Doctor Strange in the picture suddenly stopped. Hearing this, Tony Stark, who was already dissatisfied with these people, played his chief talent, that is, his chief talent for offending people, and directly gave them the appropriate nickname of Peter Pan. Before Tony Stark finished speaking, he was interrupted by Star-Lord, who said, "Dude, don't talk about risking your life and then being reborn. We don't understand this. Yes, we are optimists. Your plan is very good. The only shortcoming is that it is weak, so you have to leave it to me. I will show you what is reliable." Reliable, hahaha. Star-Lord is really good at slapping people in the face and setting up flags. I'll put a flag here. The first big teammate in Marvel history is born. Seeing this, Spider-Man Peter Parker hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" "I went to the future and saw a different ending." Doctor Strange couldn't help but say, "I saw all the results of this battle." Everyone probably knew from what happened to Ancient One before that the time stone could be used to see the future. Everyone was shocked by what Doctor Strange said, but not surprised. Of course, everyone knew what he was talking about. Those flying leaf personnel who were crawling on the road like zombies. "How many endings have you seen?" Star-Lord asked solemnly. "And everyone has not figured out what happened or what will happen in the future." And while Lin Feng called Star-Lord the #1 big teammate in Marvel. Obviously, based on Lin Feng's consistent history, as long as he says, it will basically come true. "Strange, are you okay?" Tony Stark asked, but got no response. But obviously, the people of the Guardians of the Galaxy are not interested in this. Their general approach is to be reckless and fight to the death. It seems that at this time, Doctor Strange's strength has been significantly improved, and he can even observe the future like the Ancient One. Superheroes with different styles collided with each other, and even Lin Feng couldn't help but send a barrage, because this scene was so funny. Seeing that the two sides were about to quarrel again, Mantis found that Doctor Strange was meditating in the back, and he kept shaking his head, as if he was doing it, and a green light emanated from his whole body. "We have to work together. If we can face him with an attitude of risking our lives." Obviously, this Star-Lord must have done something very unpleasant, and it was not as reliable as he said. "Tell him about our deeds of dancing to save the universe." Drax the Destroyer said. "I seem to have seen this scene before. Those flying leaves are in this state, all over the streets." Bruce Banner said. Obviously, everyone began to realize how serious this problem is. 14,605,000. Doctor Strange reported an astonishing number. Everyone who heard this could not help but gasp, and made an outstanding contribution to preventing global warming. Whether it was the members of the Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy in the picture, or all the people who read the diary outside the picture, because they did not expect to see so many endings, and the future could have so many possibilities. Before, they more or less knew that every choice could create a different future, but countless was just a virtual finger. Who knew how many there could be, but now they all knew how outrageous this number of virtual fingers could be. More than 14 million endings. This number is so large that it makes people's scalp numb just thinking about it. I seem to have begun to understand why the Ancient One is so indifferent to life and death. In addition to the fact that he can survive in the state of soul, I'm afraid that the most important thing is that when a person sees his own death countless times, he may also be numb. Black Widow Natasha showed a look of sudden enlightenment on her face. Only when you really experience it can you let it go. Everyone nodded. Ancient One's carefreeness transcended life and death, and transcended human nature. Under normal circumstances, few people can see through their own life and death. There is a great terror between life and death, and that is what it means. Even if a group of superheroes are willing to sacrifice themselves for the world, that sacrifice must be valuable. If it is worthless and they are just stabbed to death, I'm afraid no one would be willing to do so. Only by witnessing countless deaths and starting over countless times can one be completely tired and overcome the fear of life and death. After everyone discussed it, Tony Stark in the picture asked a key question: how many times have we won? Facing the expectant expressions of everyone, Doctor Strange said, only once. Hearing this, everyone gasped again. Once. Among more than 14 million endings, he won only once. Only that one ending achieved the final winning ending. So now I seem to understand Ancient One's death better. His death was to make the timeline go in a better direction. Bruce Banner said, if there are some happy endings, they must be developed at the cost of human lives. Maybe this is a helpless result. So we will die in the future, and this is the price of defeating Thanos. Hawkeye Barton said solemnly. They all know that Thanos is terrible, but they are the ones who win in the end. So what does this mean? It means that they have a chance. Otherwise, there would not be the multiverse created by Spider-Man and Doctor Strange later. But the question is, how should they die in order to welcome the final victory? They are not people on that sacred timeline, so their future is not fixed. There are countless possibilities. This is certainly a good thing, and there is no future that restricts people. But it also means that no one will correct their mistakes for them, and they are likely to die in this battle with Thanos. If you have to use this path and pay this price to defeat Thanos, I think I will. Tony Stark said. But how should we do it? After going through so much, Tony Stark's life awareness has long been more than just a little bit, and he is worthy of the title of Iron Man. So the death of Ancient One is also a necessary condition for Stephen Strange to become Doctor Strange and defeat Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Nick Fury said, I think he must have tried many methods, but finally found that none of them worked. Only in this way, only by following this path, can he get the result he wants. After everyone analyzed it to this point, they truly understood Guy's thoughts, why he hurriedly received the lunchbox and died without dignity, because this might be his only choice. And Lin Feng teased him that he was in a hurry to get off work, but that was just a joke after all. The real situation was not like that. Now whether they are willing or not, since they have seen more than 14 million endings, there is only one victory, and there is only one path, then they have no choice. They can only be the only successful one, and it is impossible for them to accept that they are one of the remaining 14 million endings. Even if the result is that they all have to pay the price of their lives, they have no choice. And they also have this awareness. Now all the clues are in Lin Feng's diary. We can only find a way to let Lin Feng write more diaries and write more of the content we want to see. Maybe we can know what the only correct path is. Nick Fury said. Everyone thought about it and nodded. This seems to be the only way, and it is also a relatively feasible way. But soon they had no time to discuss this, and in the picture, Thanos had already appeared. He was teleported to Titan through the space stone. Looking at the extremely dilapidated and desolate scene around him, he had no expression on his face. This is his base camp and the home planet of their Titan clan. It is completely desolate. In fact, he has many ways to change it, whether it is technology or magic, but he did not choose this. Because for him, this is a constant reminder to him that, if he does not pay attention to environmental protection and sustainable development, the unlimited expansion of population will have terrible consequences. Yes, the supervillain Thanos is actually the director of the Family Planning Commission. Chapter 232. So, Thanos is an environmentalist? Thanos is such a supervillain, but he is also the director of the Family Planning Commission and an out-and-out environmentalist. However, when he appeared, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Although everyone hid well, it was useless for Thanos' level. The range of his ability to sense killing intent is far more outrageous than Spider-Man's spider sense. Around, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Avengers have already hidden and are ready to take action at any time. In the face of such a situation, Thanos just looked extremely cold. He has been fighting and killing countless people in his life. He doesn't know how many creatures have died directly or indirectly in his hands, including some gods from primitive planets. What happened? They all died. They are just some ants that can't see the light. There are not many people in the entire universe that are worthy of his awe. The main ones on Earth are Ancient One and Odin. But now that Master Ancient One is dead, Odin is dead, and Asgard has been destroyed by him, there is no one who can make him afraid. Now he still has 2 infinite gems in his hand, and his strength has been fundamentally improved compared to when he didn't have the infinite gems before. Without the Infinity Stones, Thanos was already a godfather, and now he has climbed to an unimaginable level. So he decided to face Thanos directly. Before he could think about it, Doctor Strange spoke up, because he had seen more than 14 million futures, so if there was anyone who knew Thanos best, it must be him, Doctor Strange. Just like his Titan, it was once such a rich and prosperous planet, but because of disorderly expansion and development, it has now become like this. Well, okay. Now he is not far from real success. When he grabs the remaining few Infinity Stones, the whole universe will be reborn. It's just a mere subordinate. What does it matter? For his great ideals, in order to allow the universe to develop in an orderly manner, even Gamora, whom he regards as his own daughter, has been sacrificed by him, not to mention Ebony Maw, who is just a trusted subordinate. He has seen how powerful Thanos is in countless endings, and how he hangs up and beats these people in the Avengers. He had killed too many lives, and in the process, many of his men were also killed, so he was numb and didn't feel anything at all. With this terrible strength, ambushes were useless, and now, it was just to make the ending appear in the direction of the final victory. He sat on a stone in the ruins and said, "Thanos, you are indeed as good as your name." Now these people still wanted to ambush him. He just thought it was funny. He was a little sad, but not much. Although Ebony Maw was a very capable subordinate to him, he was just a capable subordinate. This battle must be fought, which is related to whether he can win later. It is the result of excessive disorderly expansion of organisms. It can't let him have any big emotional ups and downs. Thanos glanced at the surrounding situation casually, and then said, "It seems that Ebony Maw is dead too. In this old universe, the speed of life growth is too fast, almost to the point of bursting the entire universe. Another group of ants who don't know how to live or die." Although the 5 Black Orders were among the most powerful individuals among the many civilizations that surrendered to him, if he wanted, he would gather them all together sooner or later, so it was nothing. This day was a heavy loss. Thanos' voice was so calm that it was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or suppressing his anger. But he has completed his mission. For Thanos, Ebony Maw was just a useful tool after all. Don't be happy too soon. Doctor Strange's expression was also stern. Although they were all very determined, he was obviously more confident. He had just seen more than 14 million endings and finally saw the only possibility of winning. Although there might be a great sacrifice, it was worth it, because it would bring a better future. Now, just follow the steps. Everything is part of the plan. You still have to fight with me, the master of the secret arts. Doctor Strange suddenly said loudly at this time. At this time, everyone had already ambushed and stared at Thanos, ready to take action, as long as he gave a slight signal. All these little movements, of course, could not be hidden from Thanos' super strong perception, but he didn't care. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. No matter how many people came, it would not make any difference. Thanos said coldly, "Where do you think you are now?" Doctor Strange thought about it, and then he guessed, "Let me guess, I guess this is your hometown." Thanos smiled faintly, and then said, "It used to be." As he said, the light of the reality stone on Thanos' infinity gauntlet emerged, and the surroundings immediately transformed into the appearance of Titan, before it was destroyed and very prosperous. There is no doubt that this is the ecology of the entire Titan before. It is also the most painful thing for Thanos, because he knows how good Titan was before. Now seeing Titan like this, only he knows the pain in his heart. That is, the reality stone. In Asgard, Odin recognized the red gem, which was the treasure that the Dark Elves tried to use to conquer the universe, and later it was the real core reason for the death of his wife, turning the false into reality. This is the ability of the reality stone. Thor also saw the power of the reality stone for the first time. He had asked Odin about it carefully after his mother, Queen Frigga, died. Now he finally knew. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. also remembered the popular science that the Mage King and Doctor Strange had done in the video before, and recognized that this was the so-called reality stone. Everyone was also extremely shocked. What is the function of this reality stone? Change reality? Reverse reality? Or is it just a simple illusion? Many gems can be seen from their names. For example, the Time Stone is a time-related ability, the Space Stone is a space-related ability, and the Power Stone is undoubtedly to enhance power, but there are some that are a bit hard to figure out. For example, the Reality Stone. What is reality? Now I understand a little bit. Turning illusion into reality. This is different from the illusory power of the Mind Stone, which can only affect people's minds. The ability of the reality stone is to copy and realize the scenes that you imagine almost 100%. Is this true or false? Hill said. It should be fake, not real, but it can be mistaken for real. If it is all real, and he can replace what he thinks in his heart with reality, then why should he work so hard? Bruce Banner said. It was beautiful here at that time. In the picture, Thanos slowly mentioned the past, which was also the past of Titan, and said, at that time, Titan was like other planets, with a population explosion and limited resources. Just when we were on the verge of extinction, I found a solution. Thanos thought of Titan, which he had slaughtered half of, and Titan ushered in a new life. Genocide. Doctor Strange stared at Thanos and said, among these people, he was the only one who understood what Thanos wanted to do. After all, he saw so many futures, more than 14 million, and he saw more than 14 million times how Thanos used his fingers to destroy half of the creatures in the universe. It can be said that it was an extremely terrifying scene. Every time, countless lives disappeared in an instant. There is no more efficient massacre in the world than this. But it is completely random, without any emotion, regardless of status, and treats everyone equally. Thanos replied calmly. Although it was a massacre for him, it was the only way to solve the population problem that was about to explode in this universe. Although it was a little cruel, he had to take a key step. They said I was crazy, but the facts were almost the same as I predicted. Thanos continued. In the illusion, Titan gradually went to extinction. As he predicted, unrestrained development would eventually consume all the resources of the entire planet. The final price was that the entire planet and the entire civilization became a desert. This is a consequence of being soft-hearted and unrestrained in development. Congratulations, you are really a great prophet. Doctor Strange said sarcastically without hesitation. He also couldn't accept such a statement. For better and longer term development, the price is countless billions of lives. I just survived by chance. Thanos explained. And then you plan to murder the remaining trillions of lives? Doctor Strange said with a little sarcasm. If I have the 6 gems in my hand, I can just snap my fingers and they will disappear. This is my kindness to them. Thanos spoke out his plan without any scruples. Because an open plot is not afraid of being destroyed by others, only a conspiracy is afraid of being known by others. An open plot is not afraid of being known by others, because even if you know, you can't stop it. No one can stop his actions, and no one can stop him from saving the universe. He is saving the world, saving the universe in a way that no one understands, and saving the countless lives in the universe. Chapter 233 Thanos, I sacrificed everything for the universe. When the people outside the screen heard and saw this, they all felt a little speechless. It turned out that Thanos was an environmentalist. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Unlike Dormammu who wanted to annex the Earth, or Hela who wanted to conquer the universe, Thanos, the supervillain in the second stage, His core concept is not to conquer the universe, nor to hold the power of life and death, nor for some inexplicable things, but for environmental protection. But whose environmental protection is achieved by killing people? The environment here is not good, just kill all the people. Isn't this environmental terrorism? Isn't this taking a wrong path? But he doesn't seem to have thought of a problem. At the speed of life reproduction, killing half of the lives will not solve the problem at all. Tony Stark said. Isn't his thinking too narrow? There are many ways to solve the problem. For example, can't he turn fantasy into reality? Then why doesn't he double or several times, or even dozens of times the matter in the universe? That way, there will be more energy and resources. Isn't that the fundamental relationship to solve the problem? Or set a rule that this race will not continue to increase the population limit. Only when one dies can the next one be born. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Tony Stark thought about it casually and found countless solutions. How could he reach the point of killing half of the life in the universe? And killing half of the life in the universe is useless. Life reproduces very quickly. It will only work for a few decades or hundreds of years at most. This battle is imperative. He knows that he will die, but this is for his rebirth in 5 years. Thanos raised his head and saw that a huge satellite was being pushed by Tony Stark and smashed towards Thanos. As he said that, Doctor Strange directly set up his formation and prepared to fight Thanos to the death. He really gave up everything for this goal. He could have easily become a cosmic boss, but now, he has to stand up, because he is the most powerful person with the strongest will, and now he has to make the most difficult choice. Sacrificing one's relatives, family, and friends is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more difficult than sacrificing themselves. In the end, it may even include himself. For example, if the price of saving the world is Tony Stark, he will go without hesitation, but if the price is Pepper, then it is hard to say whether he will still go. His cruelty can be imagined. Thanos' will is even far greater than that of these superheroes. But what if it involves his relatives? Thanos is probably not very good at math, otherwise he would know with a little calculation that this is unreliable. At this time, Bruce Banner said, and the general population growth is proportional to the development of civilization. The more the civilization develops, the lower the population. For example, Asgard is a god-level civilization, but the population of the entire civilization is only as large as that of a city. Isn't the fertility rate of various developed countries worrying now? But the people outside the screen saw this scene and felt a little cold on their backs, because when a person goes astray, the stronger the power he has, and the stronger his will, the more amazing the damage he can cause. I can watch the sunrise and sunset in a peaceful universe. Only the strongest will can make the most difficult decision. Everyone just didn't want to complain. This point was too outrageous. Doctor Strange in the picture heard this and stood up. He looked at Thanos and asked, "Then what?" Thanos said lightly, as if he had seen the day when he retired and lived a life of watching the sunrise and sunset. At this time, Doctor Strange said coldly, "You will find that our will is not weaker than yours. These superheroes are the same to some extent. For a just and noble goal, they can even completely sacrifice themselves. Even for tiny creatures like insects, they may recover almost in a few years. Otherwise, how can we say that Thanos is a ruthless person? He can accomplish this great cause. In order to achieve the ultimate harmony of the universe, he sacrificed himself, his subordinates, and his daughter. His whole body exudes the orange-yellow light of magic. For him, this is a painful choice. In order to achieve this great goal, he must sacrifice everything, his subordinates, his relatives, and even his own planet. Everything will be sacrificed." Boom. With a huge roar, the satellite hit Thanos directly. "It's easy, Quill." Tony Stark smiled slightly, believing that this was a very big blow. "Yes, if the purpose is to anger him," Star-Lord said. Unlike the Avengers, who had never left the Earth and had no idea how terrible Thanos was, the Guardians of the Galaxy were different. They knew very well how terrible Thanos, the Cosmic Overlord, was. After all, his girlfriend and a teammate, Nebula, were both Thanos' subordinates, so he knew how terrible Thanos was from these two people. It can be said that Thanos' strength was really the most terrifying existence he had ever seen in his life. With such an attack, even a demigod would be severely injured, but for Thanos, it was nothing. Sure enough, the next moment, the satellite that had originally fallen on Thanos was directly shattered, and the light of the purple power gem on his infinity gauntlet flashed a dazzling light, instantly shattering everything. The power gem showed its terrifying side, and this level of attack was nothing at all. Facing the sudden attack, Thanos was completely enraged. He roared and launched a counterattack, directly using the power of the reality gem to turn the fragments of the satellite into flying objects all over the sky, instantly blasting Tony Stark away. This also completely negated everyone's previous speculation. That is, this reality gem is not just an illusion. If it is just an illusion, it would not be enough to make the Dark Elves think that they can rule the universe with this thing. He can completely turn everything in his imagination into reality, and turn illusion into reality. This is the horror of the reality gem. It is completely different from Loki's illusion spell, because Loki's spell is fake. No matter how realistic it is also fake. But Thanos' spell can be real. But before everyone thinks more about the ability of this reality gem, they see that the battle broke out directly. After everyone joined the battlefield, the battle became even more tragic. The first to attack was Spider-Man Peter Parker. He covered Thanos' eyes with spider silk. At this time, Thanos was facing the siege of everyone. Although he was a little caught off guard and a little embarrassed, he was not at a disadvantage at all. This scene is like the old online games, when a guild member tried his best to attack a boss in order to open up a wasteland, but Thanos had high attack, high defense and thick blood. Everyone's attack on him was just like scraping, and Thanos could not be hurt at all. What's more terrifying is that for Thanos, everyone's attack is obviously useless, completely useless, and can't even break the defense. And these make everyone's attacks look fancy, and each one looks good, but the record is 0 and 5. He even got a little bored, and was ready to start counterattacking. At this time, Doctor Strange immediately reminded everyone, don't let him clench his fists. After watching more than 14 million endings, he certainly knows how Thanos uses the power of these Infinity Stones, although it is not the power of the future complete body. There are not 6 Infinity Stones yet, but just the 3 Infinity Stones currently have unimaginable power. Especially the people outside the screen. Their original estimate of Thanos is that he has 2 Infinity Stones at this stage. The Space Stone and the Power Stone. But who knows, as soon as the scene changes, he has the Reality Stone. Who knows what he missed, so no one knows where he got the Reality Stone from. Only Odin and Thor in Asgard seem to have guessed something. After all, it was analyzed before that the ether is the Reality Stone, and the Reality Stone was originally sealed by Odin, and then for some reason it fell into the hands of Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster. In other words, this Reality Stone is very likely to be in Asgard. Especially in that tragic battle, although Queen Frigga died, the final outcome was that the leader of the Dark Elves ran away. Then the Reality Stone is likely to stay in Asgard. Then conversely, this also verifies everyone's previous views, that after Asgard's Ragnarok, Thanos invaded Asgard. It is even possible that Thanos is the real reason for Asgard's Ragnarok mentioned in Lin Feng's diary, not the fire giant Surtur. These details are right. They naturally hated Thanos even more at this time. Thanos must have carried out a very cruel killing to get the Reality Stone, even to the point that Bruce Banner thought Thor was dead. To be honest, if Odin was not really inconvenient to take action now, and taking action would accelerate his own death, he would have wanted to find trouble with Thanos now. Let Thanos know what the wrath of Asgard and the wrath of Odin are. Let him know the majesty of the God King. Chapter 234 The only hope to defeat Thanos. Everyone was helpless about the part that Lin Feng had missed. Lin Feng's diary was always so imaginative. He would record it if he wanted to, and not record it if he didn't want to. At most, they could influence and control it indirectly, but it was impossible to control it. However, unconsciously, even they themselves did not realize that their trust in Lin Feng had penetrated into their bones. When they encountered such an unknown situation, they would not think that Lin Feng did not know the fact, but thought that it was just that Lin Feng had no intention to record it. This situation is completely different. Before they could think more, Doctor Strange in the picture also let his magic cloak wrap around Thanos' left hand, making it impossible for him to clench his fist. As long as he could not clench his fist, he could not use the power of the infinite gems. Then there was a series of counterattacks by everyone, which directly beat Thanos very embarrassed. Especially the magic of the portal cast by Doctor Strange, which allowed Spider-Man to shuttle back and forth, and directly caught Thanos off guard. It has to be said that the cooperation between Doctor Strange and Spider-Man is still very interesting, and at the same time, they are very tacit. Magic. Only the appearance of Nebula made him have a little emotional fluctuation. No matter how he scolded his daughter for being a waste, he had a place for Nebula in his heart, but not as deep as his feelings for Gamora. When the people outside the screen saw this scene, even though they had been prepared for his father-level strength, they were still shocked to see that he only took a moment to catch Spider-Man's weakness and smash him to the ground. Thanos was impatient. The attacks of these superheroes were more fancy than each other. Although they did not pose any threat to him and could only scratch him, they were enough to make him feel bored. He completely solved these bugs in his eyes. This was the crushing of combat power. But it was useless. Even his counterattack was absorbed by Thanos with the space gem, and then returned, directly blasting Tony Stark away. The 3 infinity gems in his hand were used by him to an unimaginable degree. Even though Peter Parker had the so-called Peter Shiver and the so-called Spider Sense, he was too late to dodge. Just when Spider-Man was addicted to fighting and scraping, Thanos caught a flaw, and then directly slapped his throat, and slammed him to the ground, smashing the ground into pieces, with Spider-Man Peter Parker as the center, spreading in all directions. And with so many people joining forces, the combined combat power of the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Avengers is no less than the combat power that the entire Avengers can burst out. Just this one move almost crippled Spider-Man Peter Parker. If it weren't for the fact that Spider-Man's physical fitness was indeed far superior to that of ordinary people, this move would be enough to cripple him. Magic kick. Bug. In the picture, Thanos roared and threw Spider-Man Peter Parker out directly, and then Peter Parker and Doctor Strange collided fiercely. The two collided fiercely and rolled down in a very embarrassed manner. But it is precisely because of this that Nebula tried so hard in the past, wanting to gain more favor from Thanos than her sister Gamora, and even wanted to kill her sister Gamora. But what was the result? Facing Thanos, she could only exert a destructive force of the scraping level, that's all. Then he tore the magic cloak off his gloves, and Tony Stark, who had been waiting for an opportunity, also took action, using all kinds of attack methods. It can only be said that there is always a stronger one among the strong. The oppression of a top strong man is vividly reflected. At this moment, he seems to be a god of war, fearless, sweeping all the way. This is the manifestation of the power of the space gem. Look at my magic. What kind of strength do they need to defeat such a Thanos? Anyway, there is no hope for the 3 giants of the Avengers. Captain America's shield has been chopped to pieces, and the other 2 are killed, and their lives are unknown. But Thanos was still soft-hearted towards her after all. He had already lost 1 daughter, and now only had 1 daughter left. If he lost another, he would really be alone, without any relatives. He once fantasized about letting Gamora replace him, sit on the throne, inherit everything from him, and continue to supervise the universe for a long time. But it was obvious that Gamora could not understand his ideals and ambitions. But he didn't care, because Gamora had expressed her rebellion in this regard more than once. If it wasn't for the Soul Stone, he really had to sacrifice his most beloved person. He wouldn't kill Gamora at all. At most he would just imprison her. Thanos is a cosmic overlord. In order to implement his ideals, he can sacrifice everything, including himself, but in his cold and ruthless heart, there is still a place for Gamora and Nebula. That is the only soft spot in his resolute heart. If it weren't so, he couldn't sacrifice Gamora to get the Soul Stone. That would require sacrificing a loved one. If the feelings were not true, it would not count. When Nebula asked where Gamora was, Thanos could not answer at all, because Gamora was already dead. Facing the furious Thanos, everyone joined forces, and could not hold him down. The battle had reached an unimaginable intensity. Finally, they got a chance and suppressed Thanos. Then Doctor Strange cast a spell and let Mantis fall from the sky to control Thanos. Although it was very difficult, they finally achieved this goal. Everyone tried their best. If there were not so many people and they were all strong in the universe, it would be almost impossible to achieve this step. Did it succeed? That's great. Tony Stark saw this and said hurriedly, "Hurry up, he's too powerful." Mantis said with horror. She saw countless terrifying pictures in Thanos' mind. These pictures and memories made her feel extremely scared. Thanos has a strong willpower. He hides countless sad things in his heart and can even keep his face calm. But Mantis can't do that. She doesn't have that kind of will and psychological quality. The boundless sadness and discomfort in Thanos' heart, as well as the tyranny in his heart, mixed together to form a terrible information flow that almost broke her will. Everyone tried their best to barely control Thanos for a short while. It was just a short time, and it was also a hard-won window of opportunity for everyone. At this time, if they could take off his infinite gloves, there might still be a chance. But if they couldn't take it off, everyone would die. Everyone outside the screen became nervous. Although they knew that they might fail, no, it was a high probability that they would fail. Otherwise Lin Feng would not have said that the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Avengers were beaten by Thanos. If they could win here, there would not be the three giants of the Avengers fighting Thanos later. But what if it must succeed? At this time, Hawkeye couldn't help but say, if it doesn't succeed, there won't be a situation where the three giants fight Thanos later. Black Widow Natasha sighed and said, not necessarily. Tony Stark said, after all, when Thor, Captain America and I fought Thanos, we mentioned gems, but we didn't know what gems were at that time, right? Tony Stark mentioned a point that no one had mentioned before, that is, when the three giants of the Avengers fought Thanos, they mentioned the Infinity Gems. But at that time, how could they know what the Infinity Gems were? It was not until they saw the popular science of the Master King and Doctor Strange that they knew what the Infinity Gems were. At the same time, it also solved a puzzle for them. That is, how did Thanos kill half of the life in the universe, and why did he fight for the Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity Gems? It turns out that, after collecting all 6 Infinity Gems, even with just a snap of the fingers, half of the life in the entire universe disappeared. This efficiency is simply terrible. There is no need to slaughter one planet after another. It has surpassed the power of weapons at the physical level, but has reached the level of philosophical weapons, lore weapons, and ideological weapons. Even in the concept of science fiction weapons, it is an incredible existence. For example, facing a nuclear bomb, it is impossible to defend under normal circumstances, but if you directly modify a physical law to make its speed lower than a certain number of meters per second, within a certain range, then it may take countless tens of thousands of years for this nuclear bomb to complete the journey that could originally be completed in 1 second, delaying the danger for countless tens of thousands of years. In Lin Feng's words, in this Marvel universe, the bottom layer of all incredible phenomena is scientific principles. Tony Stark remembered this sentence, so he tried to use his scientific knowledge to understand the existence of these Infinity Stones. To understand the scientific reason behind these Infinity Stones being able to take away countless lives with a snap of the fingers. So if there is a relationship between the past and the present, is it possible that we successfully seized the Infinity Gauntlet, and then that Doctor Strange, the acrobat, used that circle portal to teleport us back to Earth, and then Thanos chased us? Tony Stark said. After all, Lin Feng only said that Thanos beat our 2 teams, but he didn't say that he killed us all, nor did he say whether we could succeed. When everyone thought about it, it seemed to be true. Lin Feng really didn't say that they would not succeed. Even if this success may be a staged success, it is a great comfort to everyone. At least we know that Thanos is not invincible. Chapter 235 Star-Lord, Thanos Laodang, is it safe for my spaceship to park outside Titan? Not to mention Tony Stark's imagination, he thought of many possibilities. In the picture, he couldn't bear it. He couldn't take his Infinity Gauntlet off Thanos' hand. Tony Stark shouted, "Parker, come and help me, come here." Spider Peter Parker and Tony Stark teamed up to take his Infinity Gauntlet off Thanos' hand. The Infinity Gauntlet added too much to Thanos' combat power. That was their only chance of winning. But at this moment, Star-Lord appeared and rushed over at the fastest speed. I thought it would be difficult to catch, Star-Lord said very proudly when he saw this. To be clear, these are all my plans. You are not so powerful now. Where is Gamora? Star-Lord looked at Thanos and asked triumphantly. At this time, Star-Lord looked like a complete villain. It's my Gamora. Her ability to perceive emotions was too strong, and she was also backfired at this time. She couldn't imagine why someone could hide so much sadness and sorrow in his heart, but would not show it outside at all. Stop talking nonsense. Where is she? Star-Lord in the picture asked coldly. It was like an old father who had raised his daughter for 20 years and was taken away by the yellow-haired man downstairs, and he wanted to stop the will-o'-the-wisp downstairs. Although his body and will were controlled, Thanos was still roaring. Mantis said painfully. She was feeling the same pain as Thanos. He didn't care about Thanos' furious mood at this time, and didn't care that everyone around him was trying their best to stop Thanos from waking up. Tony Stark and Spider-Man Peter Parker were trying their best to take off Thanos' gloves. Dad, I'm going to kill him now. Star-Lord sneered and said viciously. What kind of person is this? Old dang, your daughter is pregnant with my child. Hurry up and send money. Who can tolerate this? That's good, that's it. Old dang, smoke less. This cigarette belongs to me. Officer, you have to believe me. He was in pieces when he came. How could I know why he was in pieces? Old dang, I took your bottle of good wine. Dad, you don't know him at all. He is mourning. Even if it was his daughter's boyfriend, he was furious. He is in great pain. Mantis said in great pain. She could sense Thanos' thoughts and emotions. The boundless sadness almost drowned her. For him, Gamora was the softest part of his heart, and he would never allow anyone to touch it. Old dang, is it safe for me to park my ghost fire downstairs of your house? Thanos was fine, but she was about to collapse. What is there to mourn for this monster? Drax the Destroyer held Thanos tightly, panting and said, as if he couldn't believe it at all. Gamora. Nebula resolved everyone's doubts in a timely manner. Star-Lord looked at Nebula in shock. He never thought that the thing Thanos mourned was actually related to his girlfriend. This Thanos actually had such a deep love for his girlfriend, and he really treated her like his daughter. What? Star-Lord looked at Nebula in shock. This Thanos actually still had humanity? He actually mourned. But wait, what does it mean to mourn Gamora? He took Gamora to Vormir, Nebula said. Then he brought back the Soul Stone, but Gamora didn't come back. Vormir, Tony Stark said outside the screen. Is the Soul Stone in this place? It seems that we can intercept it in advance, but we don't know where this Vormir is. But what does she mean by saying this? Thanos took his daughter to Vormir and then brought back the Soul Stone, but didn't bring back the woman named Gamora. Could it be that there is a price to pay? Tony Stark proposed a new possibility. Is there a price to pay to get this Soul Stone? If this is true, it means that if they want to do this, they will also have to pay a corresponding price. He immediately felt bad. But they didn't know yet, not even where Vormir was, and they couldn't even get out of the universe. This is the tragedy of the human race, a skinny monkey. But what happened next quickly verified his guess. Quill, you have to calm down now, understand? Tony Stark noticed that Star-Lord was not in the right mood at this time, and he said quickly, don't do it, we will take off the gloves soon. However, who can persuade Star-Lord at this time? As long as he thought that Gamora might be in trouble, he was completely furious and couldn't control the anger in his heart. He couldn't control the anger in his heart at all. Tell me, she's lying? Star-Lord roared. He was furious, and there was no reason at all. Asshole, tell me you didn't do that. Facing Star-Lord's questioning, Thanos also said very painfully, I have no choice. If it were possible, he would never sacrifice his daughter in exchange for this thing. But now there is no other way. Only his beloved can exchange for the soul gem. And there is no doubt that the first love in his heart is none other than Gamora. So he has no other choice. The more he loves Gamora, the more he needs to sacrifice Gamora at this time. Impossible. Star-Lord didn't want to believe it at all. You didn't do that. After saying that, he directly attacked Thanos. This is impossible. Star-Lord was roaring. He was already crazy and madly beating Thanos. Quill, stop, stop. At this time, Tony Stark didn't care about so much. He directly put on all the armor and dragged Quill. Stop, stop, stop. He already felt that he was going to fail. Obviously, the opportunity was right in front of him, but he was about to fail. He was a little desperate. It's almost there. It's almost there. I'm going to take it off. I'm taking it off. Spider-Man Peter Parker said hurriedly. He had already pulled down half of the glove. But it was too late. Thanos woke up in an instant. It was only a moment away. Thanos had already woken up and regained his Infinity Gauntlet. Everyone's plan to take off Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet and defeat him failed. It was completely defeated by Star-Lord's stupid teammate. Everyone was about to have a myocardial infarction when they saw this scene. Now I understand why Lin Feng said he was a stupid teammate. Now I really understand. Tony Stark said with a gloomy face. If he hadn't figured out why Lin Feng called him the strongest stupid teammate of the year before, this performance was indeed a stupid teammate. Although they knew that, even if they really took the Infinity Gauntlet, the possibility of defeating Thanos was very small, but there was still some hope after all, especially after seeing the final result. The whole person was not good. So reality is not a game. I can shoot from behind. Tony Stark said with a gloomy face. If I can, I also want to make up an arrow. Hawkeye Barton also said. They had a chance. They obviously had a chance. But they failed. Just like that. This is the most unbearable part. But it was impossible to win. Said Black Widow Natasha. How can those god level bosses be defeated so easily? Even without the Infinity Gauntlet, our strength is too far from this. The so-called chance is just a kind of illusion of our thinking. Black Widow Natasha continued. In fact, it is impossible to win. Don't forget that Doctor Strange also said that out of 14 million possibilities, we only won that time. If the failure was caused by the inability to take off the Infinity Gauntlet, he would definitely tell everyone in advance, especially since he clearly saw the guy named Star-Lord and knew that he would destroy all your actions and make this action fail, but he didn't say a word. What does this mean? This shows that this is also the process to win. Nick Fury said directly. In other words, this failure is doomed, not only because our strength is indeed not enough to beat Thanos, but also because only if we fail now can we have the possibility of defeating Thanos in the future, right? Everyone nodded and agreed with Nick Fury's judgment. Now thinking back to what Doctor Strange said just now, they also figured out that the current failure may be the way to success in the future. Especially later, there was the battle between the three giants of the Avengers and Thanos, so this should be the correct judgment. In other words, at least on the so-called sacred timeline, this is a way to achieve the final victory. There is no other possibility. Doctor Strange has seen more than 14 million futures, but there is only one result of victory. It is conceivable how difficult it is to achieve the final victory. In other words, Doctor Strange will ensure that the result of the Earth's victory can continue no matter what. And if he did not prevent this from happening, or did not express anything, this is probably the only way to ensure the Earth's victory. This is also a necessary condition for achieving the final victory. At this time, they also began to understand the words of the Ancient One. The more they struggled, the more they wanted to change a certain established result, which might lead to more terrible consequences and more unpredictable results. Chapter 236 Thanos. Tony, you are not the only one cursed by knowledge. If there was a chance to win against Thanos this time, Doctor Strange would have reminded everyone, but he didn't, which means he won't win this time. Even this tragic defeat may be a destined result. Thanos, who broke free, defeated everyone almost immediately and exerted his terrifying strength to the fullest. The seemingly possible situation on this scene was completely destroyed by Star-Lord. Thanos himself is a father-level existence, not to mention that he has the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand at this time, and everyone is no match for him. Then an even more terrifying scene happened. Everyone saw Thanos use the power gem to directly turn a satellite in the void into fragments all over the sky. This scene made everyone gasp, just like if someone crushed the moon with the power gem. The hardness of the moon is just a pit, even if you bombard it with a nuclear bomb. How many powerful nuclear bombs do you need to completely disintegrate it? but now he used the power gem to do it in an instant. At this time, everyone had a more intuitive understanding of the power of the 6 infinity gems. Although he is not a magician, he is naturally invulnerable and has a very high resistance to magic. After blocking this terrible blow, countless hands suddenly appeared behind Doctor Strange. After a moment, they turned into thousands of Doctor Stranges who attacked together, and countless colored light ropes directly locked Thanos. Using the power gem can crush a satellite, so Thanos did not use this power to crush them. Thanos was pretty good to them. He is really a very particular villain. He blew up the space with just one punch. Although I knew that the 6 infinite gems were magical before, my cognition only stayed at the magical level. Thanos just sneered and didn't take this level of threat seriously at all. Spider-Man Peter Parker said hurriedly. When the fear in everyone's hearts reached the extreme, Thanos used the Infinity Gauntlet to turn the crushed satellite fragments into endless meteorites and smash them down towards the Avengers. Tony Stark was hit directly and fell to the ground. But now, the power gem has only exerted a small part of its power, and it has made them feel terrified. He even used the very famous magic of the mirror space, but was defeated by Thanos with one punch, and even absorbed the energy and blasted it out. He even returned the space fragments directly. However, now, Thanos has shown his strength to break all laws with one punch. In the Reign of Fire, Doctor Strange started a battle with Thanos, and all kinds of powerful magic broke out. I'm sorry, I forgot what your name is. Tony Stark frowned outside the screen. He never thought that he would be hit by a meteorite one day. No one would believe it if he said it out, and he survived. In this Reign of Fire, Spider-Man Peter Parker desperately saved people everywhere and fixed them with spider silk. This is also something that everyone has never heard of or seen before. The people they have seen trapped in the mirror space before are almost not so easy to get out of, and even the wizards find it very troublesome. It is not a simple matter to leave. The power gem was fully demonstrated at this time. Among so many gems, the power gem has the most obvious increase in combat power. Thanos stretched out his hand and directly attracted Doctor Strange to him, then grabbed his neck and sneered, saying, "You have a lot of tricks, wizard." But Thanos still only used a simple attack of the power gem to make these countless clones disappear into thin air. Not to mention the armor he was wearing, which could also provide some magic defense. If the person who performed this move was the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, who made him extremely afraid, he might still be more worried, but it was just Doctor Strange that was far from it. In his eyes, Doctor Strange was just an ordinary wizard. Although Doctor Strange might be able to reach the level of a father in the future and become a master who shocked the universe, the future is the future, and now is now. A master of the father level can only be defeated by a master of the father level. Although Doctor Strange is considered a master in the universe, because most planets do not have any supernatural power, the so-called gods may not be as strong as Doctor Strange. But this does not include father level bosses like Thanos. Thanos' eyes are full of contempt, and he is also very familiar with these mystical magicians in Kamatage. Although Kamatage is a strange word among ordinary people, it is famous in the entire main universe and the multiverse. The supreme sorcerers of all generations are well-known masters at the cosmic level, especially the contemporary Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, who is unprecedentedly terrifying. It is made of the corpses of countless dimensional demons. Ordinary people have not heard of it, but Thanos has heard of it. Even he is full of fear of Ancient One. When Ancient One and Odin were alive, they never invaded the Earth in person, but only sent the Chitauri to build an outpost. Even if he knew where the space gem was, and had a way to sense the space gem, he still did not move. But your ultimate weapon has never been used once, Thanos said, and he directly pulled off the Eye of Agamotto from Doctor Strange's neck, and then crushed it, only to find that there was no time stone in it. It's actually a fake. I was fooled. In a rage, Thanos threw Doctor Strange out, and Doctor Strange was stunned in an instant. Just when Thanos wanted to use the power of the Infinity Stones again, Tony Stark took action. He conjured up a steel gauntlet and suddenly controlled Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, making it impossible for him to hold it tightly. At this time, everyone finally understood why everyone had to fight for the Infinity Gauntlet, because the power of the Infinity Stones can only be stimulated by borrowing the form of the Infinity Gauntlet, and it is not used casually, especially when multiple Infinity Stones are mixed. The Infinity Gauntlet is a platform for the Infinity Stones to exert a certain combat power. To use this ability, you have to hold the Infinity Gauntlet tightly. As long as he can't hold it tightly, there is still hope. Tony Stark flew down and said angrily, "If you hit me with a satellite again, I will be rude to you." Stark. Thanos said, "You know me?" Tony Stark asked in surprise. "Of course I know." Thanos said, "You are not the only one cursed by knowledge. My only nightmare is you." Tony Stark has not yet understood what Thanos meant. Tony Stark outside the screen was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Thanos knew him. He was a cosmic overlord, and he was extremely afraid of him in Lin Feng's diary. And what is he? He is just a rich man on Earth. It's as ridiculous as if he suddenly knew the name of the village chief of an African native tribe. And what is cursed by knowledge? What does this mean? He originally thought that the reason why Thanos knew him was because he successfully used a nuclear bomb to defeat a Chitauri mothership during the New York War, and finally stopped his conspiracy, and was known by Thanos, the mastermind behind the scenes. But now it seems that this is not what it means. It seems that there is something else. Knowledge. Curse. How can these two be combined together? At this time, Captain America Rogers couldn't help but say, anyway, with his limited knowledge, he couldn't understand this logic. "I think I understand a little bit." Nick Fury on the side seemed to understand something. He said, "Is it possible that the various knowledge Tony has now is not normal in itself? Don't you think it's strange? It's even possible that this is also part of the superpower." Nick Fury said, "Don't you think it's strange? The speed of Tony's technological progress is a bit too fast." From 2008, when he announced that he would become a superhero and become Iron Man, to 2018, which is the time shown in the video, Tony's armor has advanced to the level of nanotechnology in these 10 years. I bet that humans will not be able to independently develop exoskeleton armor to this level within 100 years. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to be true, because Tony Stark's research speed was indeed too fast. You know, the more time passes by, the slower the human military industry is updated. For example, the F-16 that is still active on the battlefield is still out of reach for most countries. The F-16 that a small island wants to buy but cannot buy is a product from 40 years ago. Not to mention, within 10 years, the armor can be developed from the first generation of sloppy to the nanotechnology that can single-handedly penetrate into space. 10 years is a very tight time for an aircraft designed by the Air Force to go from design to test flight to mature equipment. Moreover, he has developed at least dozens of generations of products in 10 years. Even if many of them are only minor details, the major generational replacement has at least several generations. And it is a product of a large team of designers, manufacturing teams, and experimental teams. Tony Stark, while picking up girls, managing the company, designing armor, and completing various social activities, has found time to complete the level of normal human research and development progress that may take 100 or 200 years, or even 200 or 300 years. I didn't think so before, but now I think about it, and everyone can't help but gasp. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Tony, it turns out that I don't rely on money, but on brain mutation. So what you mean is that my brain, my knowledge, and my learning speed are also special abilities, not normal situations? Tony Stark said. He suddenly thought of Lin Feng's words. The poor rely on mutations, the rich rely on technology. Why is he relying on mutations now? This is illogical. Yes, we used to be too accustomed to your genius, and just regarded you as an ordinary genius. But now think carefully, what kind of genius can achieve your level? In this process, you also helped Spider-Man make a battlesuit, and studied other things, and also managed the company, developed artificial intelligence, etc. Do you think that according to the speed of scientific and technological progress originally estimated by scientists in the last century, which of your products can be solved within this century? Nick Fury nodded and answered. Everyone thought about it, and it was true. Whether it was artificial intelligence, the arc reactor, this kind of miniaturized technology of cold nuclear fusion, or the various technologies of the battle armor, or nanotechnology, etc. Each of them was at the science fiction level on the current Earth, and there was not even a clue to research. How could he develop it so quickly, as if there was nothing he couldn't do? Before, everyone thought it was natural, because Tony Stark was too amazing, or they were used to him always being able to do this. But now that Thanos said this, everyone realized that it might not be that simple. Nick Fury continued, in other words, it is very likely that your super brain may be hiding some other secrets, which may be a kind of superpower, similar to the Hulk's, but it is different from the Hulk's outward superpower. Your superpower is more restrained and less likely to be known by others, but it may not be the ability of ordinary people. So why does Thanos know you? He may know what this so-called curse of knowledge is all about. There may be similar things in the universe. Tony Stark thought about it, and it seemed that it was indeed possible. If this was the case, then his superpower was not what Lin Feng joked about. The poor rely on mutations, and the rich rely on technology. The gap in strength between the two sides can be seen from this. Thanos' defensibility is strong enough to be imagined. It is precisely because of the mutation that he has such a smart brain that he can produce so many technological products at a superhuman speed. He didn't wear any protective gear, but Tony Stark's attack was just a simple skin break. But then he knocked Tony Stark to the ground and smashed his head hard. His father is a genius, so he is also a genius. What's the problem? This attack can't hurt Thanos, but Thanos can easily hurt Tony Stark in turn. He didn't think there was anything wrong at first. After all, people are born unequal, not only in wealth, but also in physical health, appearance, and intelligence. In fact, even in 2008, the Mark II armor made by Tony Stark was so advanced in technology that it would not be popularized in countries on Earth for decades. He essentially relies on mutation. Facing the approaching Thanos, Tony Stark didn't even have any good solution. He used nanorobots to transform into a long sword and tried to pierce Thanos, but Thanos dodged it and took the long sword back with his backhand, piercing Tony Stark with one sword. He was superior in all aspects, except for his height, so he was used to this difference and this difference. Is that all your strength? No. While everyone outside the screen was teasing Tony Stark for relying on mutation, the battle in the screen had reached a more intense stage. Tony Stark launched an attack again, but it was completely useless to Thanos. Even a blow that could cut through metal and iron with all his strength only slightly broke Thanos' skin. It was indeed the same as Lin Feng said, that he was hung up and beaten by Thanos. Punch by punch, Tony Stark's helmet was shattered. But thinking about it this way, many of his previous abnormalities seemed to have been answered, including why he learned so quickly from childhood to adulthood, and as long as he learned, he could master it quickly, and once he mastered it, he could quickly transform it. For a moment, Tony Stark was in a complicated mood. He thought his superpower was money, but he didn't expect that it was a mutant brain. Thanos sneered contemptuously. The son follows in his father's footsteps. After all, he is just an ordinary person. Facing such a fatal injury, there is no hope at all. Thanos came to Tony Stark, grabbed his head, and said condescendingly, I admire you, Stark. After I succeed, half of the human race will still survive. I hope they can remember you. Obviously, Thanos didn't want to leave any troubles. He might have sympathy for his daughter Nebula and Gamora, but he would not have any sympathy for Tony Stark at all. Suddenly, when he was about to completely solve Tony Stark, the voice of Doctor Strange came from the side. Stop. Doctor Strange said, if you spare his life, I will give you the gem. As soon as Doctor Strange's words came out, everyone outside the screen was dead silent, because no one expected him to make such a decision. because he had said it clearly before. If it was between protecting Tony Stark and Peter Parker, or protecting the Time Stone, he would choose to protect the Time Stone. Because this was the oath he made after becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, to protect the Time Stone, which is the Eye of Agamotto, with his life. But now, it was handed over so easily? Even Tony Stark was suspicious. Could the relationship between the two sides really be so good? So the threats before were just hard-mouthed and soft-hearted? That guy is actually a good guy? This is part of the plan. Nick Fury thought about it and then said, "This is the only possibility, and you are even very important in the next fight against Thanos, Tony." Everyone suddenly realized and understood why this Doctor Strange did this. Why did he clearly die rather than hand over the Time Stone to Ebony Maw before? But now he handed over the Time Stone so easily, and only this can explain all this. Among more than 14 million futures, this is the only possibility to win. Handing over the Time Stone is also one of the reasons. Don't play tricks. Thanos looked at Doctor Strange coldly and then said, "No." Seeing this scene, Iron Man Tony Stark could only try his best to spit out this word, but it was useless. Doctor Strange had made up his mind at this time. He directly conjured up the Time Stone, which he had hidden in his mirror space from the beginning. He had seen the final outcome, so how could he not be careful to guard against it? With this Infinity Stone falling into Thanos' hands, his power increased by 1 point. At this time, 5 of the 6 Infinity Stones had been obtained. Except for the last Mind Stone, all the other stones fell into Thanos' hands. At this time, Star-Lord finally rushed over, but it was too late. Even Thanos didn't want to continue to entangle with them. He wanted to go to Earth to get the last Infinity Stone, so that his plan to make the universe develop harmoniously and orderly would succeed. He couldn't wait to retire, and didn't want to waste any time. "Where is he?" Star-Lord fell to the ground and asked. At this time, everyone looked like they had survived a disaster. No one wanted to answer him, especially Tony Stark, who fell into deep thought after barely stopping the bleeding from his wound. Did we lose? Star-Lord looked at all this in shock. That expression was completely innocent, but everyone knew that this battle was lost because of him. Why did you do that? Tony Stark barely treated his wound, then looked at Doctor Strange and asked. He didn't understand because he didn't have a god's perspective, and there was no way to see the final outcome of multiple timelines, so he didn't understand why Doctor Strange did this. "We have reached the last moment," Doctor Strange replied. The picture went dark and ended. The picture ended, and the Avengers were beaten up. Although no one died in the end, it was even more uncomfortable for everyone. This battle not only once again verified Thanos' nearly invincible combat power, but more importantly, it gave them great hope, and then destroyed their hope. They were even told that even confrontation was wrong, because if they confronted, they would not be able to achieve the final victory that everyone wanted. If they wanted to force a change, it would only lead to more terrible consequences. Almost every section must comply with the so-called winning process. Not to mention that you can't beat Thanos. Even if you can beat him, you have to pretend that you can't beat him so that it conforms to the so-called correct process and the requirements of the so-called sacred timeline. What kind of bullshit requirement is this? Just thinking about it is enough to make them feel suffocated. Then is there any meaning in our efforts? Hawkeye Barton shrugged and said, "There is still some meaning. If we don't work hard, how do we know that our efforts are useless?" Black Widow Natasha said jokingly, but everyone couldn't laugh. This was too desperate and their mood was extremely heavy. "Maybe it's not that desperate," Bruce Banner suddenly said. Chapter 238 3 months later, Red Queen vs. Jarvis. Everyone looked at him, not knowing what he was going to say. Bruce Banner said, "That is the future on their sacred timeline. The future that Doctor Strange sees is also based on what happened on their sacred timeline. What do those 14 million futures have to do with us? We are not on the same timeline, so I'm afraid that our future must be different from that on the sacred timeline." When everyone thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Although the 14 million endings completely frightened them, in order to win, Doctor Strange even handed over the Time Stone, just to facilitate the final victory. But they are not on that timeline. Although many people are the same, aren't there many people who are different? For example, Spider-Woman Gwen, Homelander Lin Feng, Wonder Woman Diana, and God of War Ares. Aren't they all different from them? It means that they are different in their bones, and may not develop into that way. When everyone thought of this, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although this may be the only way, I still want to beat that Peter Pan. At this time, he missed Loki a little. Although this brother was very rebellious, he was still very reliable at critical moments, and could rely on him to make some decisions. Odin didn't lie for many years, so it was nothing, but Thor was different. As the future king of Asgard, he had to consider the long term. Well, I will, no matter what, I will protect you. Quicksilver Pietro said to his sister seriously. Nick Fury said, I know. Thor thought about it and said. Thor and Odin also had the same idea, and his speed was not fast enough. It was difficult to pose enough danger to Thanos. This Thanos is really strong. Quicksilver swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Thanos' defense ability was so strong that even his skin was invulnerable. Thor, next you have to run to the earth and choose a place as the future territory of Asgard. You have to discuss it with various countries. Odin said. Don't clash with humans. The water on earth is very deep. His proud speed is of little use in front of Thanos. At the same time, in Sokovia, in the Hydra castle, Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro looked at each other and looked at each other. But who knows where he is now floating. Even so, she clenched her fists. Thanos, if half of the human race is to be destroyed randomly, she will never surrender. Not to mention that she saw the Flash being seen through by Superman in an instant, so Quicksilver did not dare to guarantee whether Thanos still retained the ability of the speedster and did not use it. Everyone nodded. Since they did not plan to follow the method of the sacred timeline, or in other words, they might not be able to follow the sacred timeline, then they had to do their best to improve their strength to deal with the invasion of Thanos in the future. Although they said they saved the world, but dancing to save the world? Don't you think it's outrageous? Anyway, facing the existence of Thanos, no matter how much preparation we make, it is not enough. We must do our best. Tony Stark couldn't help but say. Practice your speed well, you will be useful in the future. Wanda said. Got it. Wanda said with a bit of amusement. Hurry up and practice your ability. Everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. They had to give this useless person a good beating. For Spider-Woman Gwen, Thanos' existence also gave her too much pressure. Her strength was at most similar to that of Spider-Man Peter Parker, but she also saw how a group of people were hung up and beaten together, and she couldn't help but start to worry. In the Middle East, Wonder Woman Diana closed her diary, feeling extremely heavy in her heart. The pressure brought to her by this Thanos was not much less than that of Superman in the diary. This is a cosmic villain. Although his ability did not seem to be as strong as Superman, his momentum was not inferior at all. That Superman was a matter of the DC universe, but this Thanos was the enemy she would face in the future. She thought that, after killing the God of War Ares, she could rest assured, but now it seems that she is still far from it. Not to mention, who knows if Darkseid will come to this universe. The future life will not be peaceful. Lin Feng's diary made everyone feel extremely heavy, but he himself didn't know it, because just after he finished writing the diary, the system had already reminded him that the energy tank was full. System, draw a lottery, Lin Feng said directly without any hesitation. In front of him, the translucent turntable was spinning rapidly. Lin Feng was pointing to some powerful templates or powerful abilities that could be drawn. Although after integrating the godhood of the God of War, Lin Feng's strength was growing day and night. After all, the God of War loved war the most, and the world was not peaceful. Although they were only some small-scale conflicts, they were also helpful to Lin Feng. He could feel his own strength growing continuously. Even in the future, as Lin Feng's strength continued to improve, even the wars in the universe could provide him with strength, which would be really incredible. In the ancient battle between the Justice League and Darkseid, it was not without reason that the God of War Ares finally chopped out that axe. However, the final result of the lottery still disappointed him. Congratulations to the host, I got the artificial intelligence, Red Queen. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course he remembered Red Queen, the artificial intelligence in Resident Evil. Although it was of no use to his current strength improvement, this artificial intelligence was still very useful, which was equivalent to having an extra loyal butler anytime and anywhere. He had long wanted such an artificial intelligence. However, he didn't know how capable Red Queen was, and how much better than Jarvis. Alas, what a pity. Lin Feng sighed slightly in his heart. As long as he was not at the level of the Father in the heaven, he was still an ant. Now there are several paths in front of Lin Feng. One is to dig deep into his own template of the motherland. Now it is just an intermediate template, and there is still a lot of potential in the future. Another is to learn magic. With his amazing magic talent acquired after birth, he will definitely be a debt king more glorious than the ancient one in the future. Borrowing one is a debt, but borrowing a group is not a debt. If he takes this path, the Father in the heaven level is just around the corner. Now there is another one, the godhood of the god of war heirs, and becoming a god also has the opportunity to enter the Father in the heaven level. For a while, there are too many paths, and it is the same problem. In order to have an environment that can accommodate Red Queen, Lin Feng came to the company the next day and ordered the purchase of equipment. He bought all the supercomputers, servers and other equipment that could be purchased on the market. At the same time, he began to build a power station in the park and planned to have people dig a huge artificial lake and then put the servers in it for water cooling. With Lin Feng's orders, there is no doubt that it has attracted the attention of many people in the industry. After all, Lin Feng really gives money. In order to prepare a home for Red Queen and give her powerful computing power, Lin Feng also spent a lot of money. The purchase of various equipment, plus the cost of regional transformation, cost tens of billions of dollars. This is definitely a super big deal. And this naturally quickly attracted the attention of SHIELD, but they had no clue, because Red Queen was not a technology developed by Lin Feng's Lin technology, but he suddenly took it out. So SHIELD's insider was of no use at all. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 months later. Red Queen. In Lin technology, the mansion built specifically for Lin Feng has been put into use, with the latest and most modern decoration. Everyone knew that this was a house for the big boss, and they dared not neglect it. In addition, Lin Feng was really willing to spend money. Anyway, the money was not earned hard, so he finally experienced Tony Stark's arrogance. He spent money without blinking. I'm here. The projection of the Red Queen appeared, a little girl in red and blonde hair. In the future, you will be responsible for taking over various things in the house, and you must also manage the network and the company in secret. If you find anything wrong, tell me as soon as possible. Lin Feng said. Okay, sir, said the Red Queen. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. If he made a battle armor, the last gap with Tony Stark would be eliminated. In the field of artificial intelligence, the Red Queen might not lose to Jarvis. It's just that they haven't competed, so it's hard to say. However, Jarvis is positioned as a butler type artificial intelligence after all, and it is far from being aggressive. Otherwise, it would not be easy for Ultron to take over. Lin Feng, who was in a good mood, looked at the birds and flowers outside the window, as if he was in a fairyland. Because of his special order, generally no one would approach. This is because he had just moved into this place not long ago, and many female employees of the company approached him under the pretext of being lost, all of whom were greedy for his body. After all, who wouldn't want to have some stories happen to such a young, single, high-quality super-rich man? After looking at the scenery for a while, and letting Red Queen do some things, he finally understood how happy Tony Stark could be. Although artificial intelligence is not a human, it is much more reliable to entrust many things to them than to ordinary people. That is really reliable, not as reliable as Star-Lord. And after the optimization of the system, there will be no betrayal, so Lin Feng can rest assured. After the experiment, Lin Feng opened the diary and began to record today. I don't know what it feels like for Tony Stark to use Jarvis. Anyway, the feeling I have when using Red Queen is as if I have returned to more than 10 years later to experience the smart home that has just begun to rise. Of course, both Red Queen and Jarvis are much better than those artificial idiots. Right square bracket. Chapter 239. Who is the peak at the end of AI? Tony's words become empty when he sees him. At this time, in the basement of the SHIELD base, Tony Stark and Nick Fury were looking at the cosmic cube in front of them. "Are you sure there will be no problems with this research?" Nick Fury said. "Since the last video 3 months ago, everyone has learned a lot of things, including the role of the cosmic cube and various infinite gems. And Thanos' overwhelming combat power has put a great psychological pressure on everyone. Last time, Bruce Banner comforted them that their timeline was fundamentally different from the sacred timeline, so it was not necessary to follow the practices of the sacred timeline to save the world. But this did not make everyone feel a little relieved, because Thanos' strength was almost there. That time, it seemed that there was a chance, but it was actually a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thanos actually returned to Titan alone, apparently waiting for Ebony Maw. Otherwise, he also had many powerful subordinates, and his army was also one after another, a terrorist army that could slaughter one planet after another. If Thanos' subordinates had been around at that time, everyone would have been in trouble. In other words, it was all because Thanos was a little too arrogant, completely relying on his father-level strength, and not caring about guards. Pure ignorance is fearless. What's more, the target of the beheading is this father-level master who can really single-handedly kill the generals and seize the flag. He really doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. They dared to kill directly to the other's nest with such a small number of people. Fortunately, Thanos' hometown Titan has turned into a desert and no one has been there for a long time. But no matter which one, at least it can reach the attack power of the Star Destroyer in science fiction novels. However, the research on the cosmic cube was put on the agenda. Later, everyone also analyzed the power of the Power Stone. It can be said that Thanos really showed mercy by not using the Power Stone to crush them. Since knowing such a dangerous thing, Tony Stark must join in. In just a few months, a lot of new technologies have been developed from the research on the cosmic cube, including the popularization of energy weapons, and even energy shields have some clues. In particular, Captain America Rogers gave Tony Stark a general knowledge of what kind of system the army is in combat. It is almost as difficult for him to succeed in beheading alone as going out to buy a lottery ticket. Tony Stark even enthusiastically established a file of the anti-Thanos armor. The reason why there is only a file is because there is too little information available at present. Otherwise, everyone will die. Everyone will die. This is the conclusion they came to after reviewing the game. Nick Fury also felt that it was a hot potato, so he simply asked him to join in the research. It must be said that he also suspected that Tony Stark's brain had really mutated. To be able to achieve this level alone is really the level of many great powers imposed on oneself. I only know that Thanos is extremely powerful, but I don't know to what extent. The probability of winning is higher than his success rate of beheading alone. That is, Thanos came back to miss that his great cause will be accomplished. Otherwise they will all die. So many people just watch. During this period, in addition to speculating on the abilities of various Infinity Stones and how to make the so-called Infinity Gauntlet, they also analyzed Thanos' combat power. He only needs to slightly activate the energy of the Power Stone to destroy a planet, or at least a satellite. We only know that he is very powerful, but we still don't know to what extent. Tony Stark even took the time to instruct on the setting of the anti-gravity device of his aerospace carrier. In the past, the aerospace carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. was mainly a powerful brick flying, using powerful lift to lift the huge aerospace carrier. But now the technology has been innovated and replaced. Tony Stark instructed on the construction of the anti-gravity device. Once it is completed, it will be much more flexible and more labor-saving to fly. He also felt that letting Tony Stark have sex with women every day and go out to play was a waste of talent and time. No wonder he was able to iterate the armor to a level that normal humans might need hundreds of years to achieve in just 10 years. If this brain had not mutated, he would not believe it. And this statement was gradually accepted by Tony Stark himself. It seemed to make some sense. It shouldn't be. Tony Stark said, "Now this cosmic cube is in the underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is impossible to break it from the outside. It can only be broken from the inside. Now it is known that there are two people who have the ability to teleport alone. One is Loki and the other is Thanos. According to our previous estimates, Thanos is probably afraid of Ancient One and Odin, so it is unlikely that he will come directly to kill him. After all, he has to complete his great cause and cannot be damaged like this. So there is a high probability that Loki will be sent. Although Loki is also very troublesome, he is not impossible to deal with. Tony Stark pointed to the surroundings and continued, I have transformed the surroundings into a sealed cage. Once there is a change, the surrounding alloy doors will fall quickly, and then there will be enough firepower to cover Loki. These may not be a big deal for Thanos, but for Loki, it should be enough for him to drink a pot. Being invulnerable to swords and guns is not really without any way. As long as he can't escape, there is a way to deal with him and strangle the invasion of the Chitauri in the cradle. At that time, we can also grab the Mind Scepter. During this period of time, Tony Stark has also figured it out. Isn't Loki awesome? Isn't he able to control people? Then as long as there is no one on the scene, you can't do anything, even if you have the Psychic Scepter. Isolate your method of controlling people from the root. When the time comes, I will arrange some iron soldiers to be stationed here. Even if Loki grows wings, he can't fly away. Tony Stark said proudly. You mean it's hard to fly, even if you have wings? Nick Fury said. Yes, it's this Chinese idiom. Tony Stark said. Because of Lin Feng, Tony Stark has studied a lot of Chinese culture. He is a genius. After a few months, he can already understand what he hears and sees. It's just that he is still a little short of speaking. But if he is given some more time, he is confident that he can speak fluently. Just like he knows the languages of other countries, as long as he is willing. Of course, if it is Thanos who comes, there is nothing we can do. The entire Avengers base will be overturned. At that time, we can only fight desperately. Tony Stark said. With his arrogance, ordinary people would never be taken seriously by him. However, when facing Thanos, he could only say such seemingly fierce but helpless words. That's enough. We don't have to worry for a while. Nick Fury nodded. The current situation is still a battle between soldiers and generals, and they are undoubtedly the soldiers. Although he also wants to refute, this is a reality. Their shield is really nothing in this level of game confrontation. It is not as deterrent as Lin Feng alone. However, before the two of them could say anything more, they all felt that the diary was getting hot. Lin Feng updated the diary again. Writing a diary in broad daylight again, it's really. Tony Stark said casually. But most of what he wrote in broad daylight is something. Nick Fury said. The two hurriedly left the basement and came to Nick Fury's office, which is the safest place in the entire shield. Especially when they knew that Hydra had infiltrated shield, they had to be more careful. Originally, Nick Fury only checked his office once a day, but now, a professional team has to check it 3 times a day. There must also be surveillance cameras around to prevent Hydra from having any chance. Fortunately, Hydra has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, or rather, Nick Fury was already very strict in his defense, and it is reasonable to be even stricter at this time. And everyone also went online in the form of projection. At the same time, Spider-Woman Gwen, Wonder Woman Diana, and Odin, Thor and his son also gathered at this time. Where did he get an artificial intelligence? Tony Stark saw the updated content in the diary. He knew at a glance that Lin Feng must have created an artificial intelligence similar to Jarvis, or at least comparable to Jarvis. Maybe it's stronger than Jarvis. In recent years, artificial intelligence has been the cusp of the industry. These days, the new concepts that American financial capital uses to boost stock prices are not the metaverse, what GPT, what Sora, but new energy electric vehicles, photovoltaic industry, artificial intelligence, lights out factories, unmanned docks and other products that can be put into practice. Although it was finally implemented by China, it was much more practical than those fancy ones later. If China is moving up a big step every 10 years, then the United States is moving down a big step every 10 years. Few people can imagine that it will be at that level in just 10 or 20 years. This is exactly what Tony Stark is good at. The time when his Jarvis was developed should be traced back even further. He is the real top boss in the industry, who is the peak at the end of AI. Tony's words become empty when he sees him, turning his back to the common people and facing the road. He is so awesome in this field that he has no rivals at all. Other countries can't even see his back, at most they can only see his heels. So he was immediately interested in Lin Feng's sudden creation of an artificial intelligence that he claimed could be comparable to Jarvis, and even developed a bit of competitive spirit. Chapter 240. Ultron is also Iron Man's creation. After all, the current development of AI is, just as Lin Feng said, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as artificial retardation. Even an artificial intelligence like Jarvis, which is not really an intelligent life, can completely crush them and be invincible. Don't you have any information? Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury, as if he was wondering. Lin Feng created an artificial intelligence, but he didn't know anything. You know, normally to create an artificial intelligence, no, even an artificial retardation, the development team required is very amazing. Knowing that Lin Feng himself is not a genius in research and development, and there are no great people in AI under his command, then where did this AI come from? The only one who might have been involved should be Ivan Vanko, and there is no one else. But can Ivan Vanko have this level? Then he has to wonder who has the mutated brain. How should I know? Nick Fury said. Do you think it's that easy to plant an undercover agent? Besides, it's not like he hasn't done things without any signs before, but he would come up with some results without signs from time to time, some of which were sudden improvements in strength, and some were like the so-called Red Queen now. In short, it's not that simple. Nick Fury remembered his previous evaluation of Lin Feng, which could still be said to be the peak of human beings, and the various data he showed were at most not much different from Captain America Rogers. Sir, do you think I can't deal with Red Queen? Jarvis said jokingly, but later it was different, and he was completely against the will of heaven, and didn't behave like a human being. Be prepared, it's okay if you don't know, but if you know, you have to be careful. Tony Stark said. In addition, he came from a higher dimensional universe, and maybe there was some way to get some adventures. But this Red Queen is so powerful. Jarvis, immediately build a new defense system to try to prevent this Red Queen from finding out our core secrets. Tony Stark said. But this kind of artificial idiot, his IQ won't change. He thinks the Earth is the Earth and humans are humans. As a result, after reading so much messy information on the internet, he thinks that humans are the cancer of the Earth. If humans are killed directly, the Earth will be liberated. However, in fact, the Earth, I need you to save me. You little skinny monkeys can't break my skin, even if you release nuclear bombs. This is environmental protection to the point of going astray, a mental patient who is the same as Thanos. Tony Stark pursed his lips, and didn't say much. For example, the anti-Homelander armor. Although he often uses Jarvis to invade the internal network of S.H.I.E.L.D., everyone is the same. But how can you do this thing, and I do this thing the same? He often uses Jarvis to invade other people's networks, but there are also a lot of shameful things in his network, and many of them cannot be seen by Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to have a lot of feelings, and wrote a lot at once, and everyone who saw it was silent. But he still felt upset about Nick Fury actually planting an undercover in his company. However, these people are more or less mentally ill. For example, yes, the god of war in the DC universe also thinks that killing humans and returning to the primitive state is the best. He highlights a sick person. The Earth without humans is meaningless. Perhaps Tony Stark could not have imagined that he had created a supervillain like Ultron. Otherwise, how can we say that half of the dangers in this world come from supervillains, and the other half come from the problems derived from superheroes? And there was no sign before this, it suddenly appeared. If Lin Feng knew about this, no one knew how angry he would be, and how big a fuss he would make. However, artificial intelligence has risks after all. Although Red Queen is risk-free, other artificial intelligences are risky, because if the underlying logical framework is not built well, artificial mental retardation like Ultron may appear. As a person who likes to wander around all day, he knows very well that, if Lin Feng sees something on a whim, there may be big problems. If there were no superheroes and supervillains, the world would probably be much more peaceful. Who said that only Arkham Asylum produces talents? I think Marvel also produces all kinds of talents. Ultron is an artificial idiot. Tony Stark asked him to protect the Earth. If he were a normal human, he would probably understand that protecting the Earth is equal to protecting humans. Especially Tony Stark. When he saw Ultron, he secretly thought it was not good because others did not know, but he himself was still very clear. Although he has always used the artificial intelligence Jarvis, he actually has a backup plan, and there is a folder named Ultron. In other words, Ultron is one of his backup plans to replace Jarvis. Although artificial intelligence can handle multiple projects at the same time, artificial intelligence with different growth directions and learning directions will grow differently. And Ultron is in charge of combat in his plan. In the future, there is a plan to replace some of Jarvis' functions so that Jarvis can return to the position of family manager, including the later Friday. It is actually similar. It's just that there is no time to subdivide artificial intelligence to that level. Combined with what Lin Feng mentioned, he can almost be 100% sure that the Ultron mentioned here is definitely the artificial intelligence he may use in the future. In other words, the Ultron created by himself in the future will directly cause a huge storm or even a huge crisis. What he thought of instantly was the catfish-faced robots that had appeared in the previous scene. These robots were obviously not his robot soldiers, nor were they his Mark armor, but their appearance and style were clearly Stark's style. He couldn't figure it out at that time, so why should he not figure it out now? Something must have happened to Ultron. It was completely out of control. As for the problem, for an old man like him, he could understand it at a glance. Ultron, this artificial idiot, separated the protection of the Earth from the protection of humans, and then learned some messy things from the internet, regarded humans as the cancer of the Earth, and then came up with the extreme idea of destroying humans to protect the Earth. Tony, it turns out to be your problem. Coulson said faintly. Well, it's my problem. I didn't think it through. I didn't expect that the thinking of humans and artificial intelligence could be so different. In my opinion, protecting the Earth is protecting humans. Tony Stark shrugged and said apologetically, not necessarily. Human thinking may be the same as that of artificial intelligence. After all, there are many people among humans who think that humans are the cancer of the Earth, said Black Widow Natasha. There are many such thoughts on the internet, extreme environmentalists. In Lin Feng's words, that is going astray. It is hard to say whether Ultron has been influenced by these people. No, to be precise, he has been influenced by them. Otherwise, how could a good child become like this? Although, I think what Lin Feng said makes sense. The Earth without humans is meaningless. Nick Fury said. Humans are the masters of all things on the Earth. For us, does the Earth without humans make sense? Nick Fury's speech is a typical human-centered thought, but almost everyone present has similar ideas. They are all great humanism. They can't figure out what those people think. They still protect the Earth. The Earth needs your protection. Even if you release all the nuclear bombs, you can't hurt the Earth. All the current capabilities of human beings, and the depth they can drill, can't even break the skin of the Earth. But they want human beings to destroy the Earth? Human beings can only destroy themselves. And who will define whether this planet is well developed or beautiful? It is naturally human beings. There will be no other possibilities except human beings. Who else can do it? The Earth without humans is meaningless. Well said. Odin praised. He also agreed with this point of view. Otherwise, he would not have told Thor that Asgard is a people, not a place. If the people of Asgard were killed or injured, what's the point of leaving this place? Asgard without the Aesir is meaningless. At any time, people must be saved, and losing land is a secondary matter. Thor, you must remember his words. Don't listen to those fallacies. If things can't be done, you must retreat quickly. Protecting the people is the most important thing. Asgard is a people, not a place. As long as the people are still there, Asgard can be rebuilt. Odin solemnly warned his son. He was afraid that his son would get too excited and die with Asgard. There is no need at all, and he can even say it more selfishly. Asgard without the Asgard royal family has no need to exist at all. The worst outcome he could accept was Thor's survival. If Thor sacrificed himself to protect Asgard, what would be the point of leaving behind ordinary people in Asgard? It should be the other way around. The people of Asgard protected the royal family of Asgard. As long as Thor was still around, the EC could be rebuilt with enough time. But if he died, would the remaining people still be considered DC? Even if he died in the future, he would go to the Hall of Valor that he had already prepared. Don't wait for him to return to the main material universe one day and see that Asgard was gone, the people of Asgard were gone, and even his silly son was gone. If that was the case, wouldn't he have a heart attack and die again? Chapter 241. Shocking. Shield actually collapsed. I understand, Father. Thor nodded solemnly. But Odin didn't know whether he really understood his metaphor. But he didn't have time to say more, because there was another paragraph in the diary. When necessary, I still have to remind Tony Stark. The Ultron incident was too painful, and the tragedy in Sokovia was too tragic. I don't know how many people died. It's always better to have fewer deaths. But I don't know how deep Tony Stark's obsession is. What? The tragedy in Sokovia is directly related to Ultron. That is, it is related to Tony Stark. Tony Stark couldn't help being shocked when he saw this. He didn't dare to think about it just now. But he also vaguely guessed something, because in the Sokovia incident, there was a robot with a catfish face. And as everyone knows, the Sokovia incident was the culprit that led to the subsequent split of the Avengers. There is no doubt that, if there had been no Sokovia incident, there would not have been Baron Zemo's incident that split the Avengers. Although it would also cover up the real cause of Tony Stark's parents' death, it was good for the Avengers. But now it is discovered that the source of the incident was actually Tony Stark himself. Then what he encountered later can only be said to be deserved, How can they bear to say anything more about a person who tried his best and tried his best to save mankind? Everything he did was to protect the Earth. And Tony Stark's face was also very ugly. If the Ultron incident had nothing to do with him, he could have a clear conscience. In order to save the world, it was normal to have some damage. Suddenly, at this time, there was an extra video on the diary. Tony Stark clicked it and saw that the picture was projected. This is the price of scientific progress. What's more, this is related to the survival of mankind and how to compete with those alien forces. If his revenge is just, then it means that Colonel Zemo's revenge is also just. Captain America Rogers questioned Tony Stark. He could obviously save them. Why didn't he try his best? Tony Stark is not a double-standard person, and he naturally understands this truth at this time. Although he made mistakes in this process, no one can judge him on this issue. He has a clear conscience. But if the source of Ultron is him, it can almost be said that he caused this tragedy artificially, no matter how he originally planned to protect the Earth and protect mankind. Although he hurt some people at this time, he also saved more people. Don't they have any responsibility? Then the picture behind is a picture of the Avengers returning to New York on the Quinjet, in which Hawkeye Barton was seriously injured. Everyone remembered where Hawkeye Barton's injury came from. He was injured by Quicksilver Pietro. The horrible picture made even Wanda stunned. When everyone saw this scene, they felt very uncomfortable, especially after seeing this picture. Everyone understood where Tony Stark's obsession mentioned in Lin Feng's diary came from. He couldn't complain to Colonel Zemo anymore. Because of his own fault, he caused the destruction of other people's families. Is there anything worse than this? How could he have the face to blame others? Many people seem to have forgotten that, since the development of science and technology, the destruction of nature and the killing of their own kind have only been increasing day by day. But at the same time, the amazing improvement of productivity has brought countless people from poverty to a wealthy life at every stage. The opening of the picture was the same horror scene that everyone had seen last time. On a battlefield with ruins, the Avengers were completely annihilated, and countless powerful Leviathan spacecrafts entered the Earth. But this matter, whether it was based on deeds or not, was indeed directly related to him. He was afraid that they would lose the war, and that the Earth would lose protection. He sighed, but he was really unwilling to give up like this, because as a scientist, even if this technology might bring some risks, he had to persist. In the chat, everyone learned an important news. SHIELD collapsed. Suddenly, Nick Fury's face changed. The collapse of SHIELD. This situation can only occur after one situation. That is, the existence of Hydra in SHIELD is completely publicized, which is also in line with the beginning of this section. The Avengers fight against the remaining Hydra. No wonder I can't see myself in this section. I may even be killed in the process of this collapse, which is not impossible. He can fully imagine how dangerous it is to completely turn against Hydra. And once the face is turned, once Hydra is exposed, S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely die. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an institution and organization established by the 5 major council members to deal with various supernatural events and extraordinary events. Now it has been infiltrated like this, almost like a sieve. The 5 major countries still dare to believe in S.H.I.E.L.D. Still dare to use S.H.I.E.L.D. How can you guarantee that you are not Hydra? How can you ensure that you have not been brainwashed by Hydra? So the best way is to abandon S.H.I.E.L.D. directly and start anew. So he can understand the collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. But he didn't show up. Is the future dead? But thinking about it carefully, it seems that he has not appeared once in the events after this incident in the timeline, which means that he may really be dead. For a while, Nick Fury was in a complicated mood when he heard the news of his death. But considering that all the members of the Avengers were wiped out, it seemed reasonable for him, the first generation of the Avengers, to die as well. Bullshit. Nick Fury suddenly felt murderous. He hadn't lived enough. Especially after injecting the latest technology developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. His lifespan was extended a lot, and he was far from dying. But he knew that it was not the time to turn against Hydra yet, and he had to be careful. At this time, he was already considering whether to inject the extremis virus developed by Tony Stark. It didn't feel enough to inject only the life-extending drug. Usually he was stationed at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and no crisis could do anything to him. But now that he knew that Hydra was hiding in it, he suddenly felt that he was in great danger. Originally, he was considered a civilian and did not need to go to the battlefield, but now it seems that he still has to go to the battlefield. I just don't know if the extremis virus conflicts with the immortality potion he is currently injecting. In the assembled picture, a bunch of mechanical soldiers developed by Tony Stark returned to the home base of Stark Industries for repairs. It must be said that the scene of many mechanical soldiers gathering together is very vivid. Is it the battle after the attack on Hydra? Tony Stark thought as he looked at the mechanical soldiers in the picture. Because in the previous clips, there were also plots in which these mechanical soldiers maintained the local security in Sokovia, evacuated the local people, and then were attacked by the local people. The severity of the damage to these mechanical soldiers is probably similar to what was seen in the video clips at the beginning, so Tony Stark made such a judgment. Above the repair factory is Tony Stark's laboratory. In fact, the entire Stark building belongs to Tony Stark's personal assets and does not even belong to Stark Industries Group. This is different. Bruce Banner, dressed in casual clothes, walked over the transparent glass floor tiles and saw Tony Stark. He couldn't help but ask, how is he? At this time, everyone also saw that in the back of the laboratory, it was Natasha, the Black Sister, and Hawkeye Barton lying on it, and a person whose appearance was not clear. This further confirmed Tony Stark's judgment, because Hawkeye Barton was indeed injured in that battle, so this was probably a matter of rest after that battle. Although the reactions of others were not as fast as Tony Stark, they all reacted and immediately realized the situation. It is still easy to judge in a certain period of time. Hearing this, Tony Stark said, no matter what, he is still Barton. That's too bad. Bruce Banner replied. He feels good, just very thirsty. Tony Stark said. Everyone frowned. What was too bad? What was no matter what? He was still Barton. Is there something else they don't know? Okay, cheer up, Jarvis. It's game time. Tony Stark walked towards the test bench in the middle. We can only use this game controller for a few days, so we have to play with it and update its structure and synthetic analysis data for me. At this time, everyone saw that the scanned appearance was exactly the Mind Scepter. There are some components that I can't quantify. Jarvis said. All of them are okay, right? Tony Stark asked. Jarvis analyzed and said, that piece of gem seems to be a protective shell, and there is something inside, which is very powerful. Similar to a reactor? Tony Stark asked again. Similar to a computer. Jarvis gave a completely different answer and said, I'm currently cracking the code. The scene changed, and everyone was waiting for Hawkeye Barton's body injuries to be repaired. It seemed to be an advanced nanomolecular printing technology. Everyone understood why Tony Stark said before that Barton was still Barton. Because it is difficult to say whether the printed body tissue is still his own body tissue. Chapter 242 Tony, in my eyes, you are all monkeys. During this process, Zao Halen clearly showed his interest in Thor. This made Thor nod with satisfaction. He was indeed very attractive. The abominable guy said that he was just so-so. You monsters are so weird. How dare you comment on my appearance? In the picture, Tony Stark quickly pulled Bruce Banner outside and showed him the Mind Scepter. Tony Stark also explained his idea to Bruce Banner. In this way, we can also figure out where Citrix's creativity comes from. So I analyzed this gem. You may find it inside. Tony Stark projected a virtual projection image of Jarvis, a group of orange-yellow data. At first, Jarvis was just a natural language user interface, and now he commands the Iron Legion. Except for Pepper, he handles more affairs than anyone else, and he is a master. Tony Stark in the picture also told outsiders about the process of making Jarvis for the first time. It is naturally impossible to achieve it overnight, especially when there is no reference at the beginning. The formation of Jarvis itself is a continuous accumulation process. In contrast, there was another blue data group released by Tony Stark, which was like a human brain. Compared with Jarvis, this new blue artificial intelligence was obviously more like a human brain. In Citrix Laboratory, I saw some super advanced robots working. They destroyed the data, but I guess it is working on some advanced technology. Tony Stark said, I want to use it for Ultron's program, but Jarvis can't download it. This density of data graph can only be done when the scepter is there. There are only 3 days. Give me 3 days. Tony Stark then tried to persuade Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner looked at this scene in shock, looking at the projection in front of him. It was the same yesterday, but suppose if we can use this energy and use it for my Iron Legion's program. Tony Stark said happily. I thought Ultron was just a fantasy. Bruce Banner said with some doubts. This is very likely. Perhaps, this is the key to developing Ultron. Tony Stark said. Then guess what it's doing? But it's us humans who are threatening the Earth. Bruce Banner said, still hesitantly. Tony Stark tried to persuade him and continued, we exist for hypotheticals. Suppose you lie in the sun, on the beach, drink cocktails, and your body turns brown instead of green. What would you think? That's a really heaven-defying hypothesis. Bruce Banner continued. He had a deep understanding of how terrible the impact could be once the Hulk went berserk. So you want to make artificial intelligence, but you don't want to tell the team. Bruce Banner reacted completely. You mean artificial intelligence? Bruce Banner said. It's really beautiful. Bruce Banner looked at the projection map with an incredible look on his face. But that's just the worst plan, right? Tony Stark said. What's the best case scenario? Is this world very safe? The next time aliens invade again, will they be kept out by us? Tony Stark said patiently. Don't be like that. I helped design Veronica. Bruce Banner replied. It seems to be thinking. Bruce Banner guessed cautiously. I mean it might be, but it's not a human brain. But, I mean, you see, it looks like neurons are firing. Tony Stark induced body temperature and said. Then there's no need to go back to Veronica. And this Veronica is the anti-Hulk armor. Bruce Banner shook his head. He also contributed to this anti-Hulk armor. He didn't mind producing an anti-Hulk armor at all. He finally understood Tony Stark's idea. Tony Stark wanted to copy the data scanned from the Mind Scepter, and then use this string of data as the core bottom layer to produce Ultron. Tony Stark didn't want to deny it, nodded, and said, yes, that's right. Do you know the reason? Because we don't have time to listen to their endless arguments. I don't want to hear nonsense like who is right and who is wrong. I want to put armor on this world. Your world is a bit indifferent. Bruce Banner said. It's even colder. This fragile blue planet needs Ultron. Tony Stark said. Our peace, imagine. Our peace, imagine. Everyone outside the screen looked at Tony Stark and Bruce Banner secretly creating Ultron, and their faces were extremely solemn. The amount of information revealed in this conversation was really too much. It was enough to explain many things they didn't know before. Some of their previous guesses were right, and some were not. The right guesses, such as why Ultron was created, were to deal with the invasion of aliens. Tony Stark was a patient with severe persecution paranoia, which they knew very well, so he would find ways to enhance the strength of the human side. But they also had wrong guesses. The reason why Ultron went astray and even deviated from the underlying design set by Tony Stark was probably not just because of the mistake between protecting the Earth and protecting humans. On the contrary, the problem might be the data scanned from the Mind Stone and the Mind Scepter, which caused Ultron to go astray fundamentally. This is different from the artificial intelligence of Jarvis. This is a real artificial intelligence life. Jarvis is only a weak artificial intelligence, and it can definitely create an intelligent life like humans. Obviously, Vision may be the artificial intelligence that Tony Stark originally hoped to create, but the result is Ultron. It's really fate. Tony Stark realized what Lin Feng mentioned in his diary, that the underlying structure of the entire Marvel universe can be explained by science. Even the Mind Stone, a divine object that was born at the beginning of the Big Bang, can be parsed and analyzed by computer data. But he still underestimated what kind of life the data in the Mind Stone could create. Tony, although you have good intentions, you have become a little too arrogant later. Nick Fury sighed and said, in your eyes, are we so stubborn that we don't accept any new technology? Everyone nodded. Obviously, in the eyes of Tony Stark, who went through the Battle of New York, even the people of the Avengers may become stumbling blocks, or simply cannot understand Tony Stark's great idea, because many people don't trust high technology. For example, Captain Rogers from more than 70 years ago. Even Tony Stark himself is wary of artificial intelligence, but he doesn't trust everyone, which is almost obvious. He is even unwilling to talk to everyone. What does this mean? It means that he doesn't think about everyone's wisdom on the same level, and just thinks that communicating with everyone is a waste of time. However, what makes them speechless is that, although Tony Stark is arrogant, such arrogance is actually right. Although they repelled the invasion of the Chitauri in 2012, for alien civilizations like the Chitauri, that little setback is nothing at all, not even a drop in the bucket. There is really not much time left for him. At that time, he will continue to quarrel internally, and quarrel over a proposal for 3 to 5 years. Facts have proved that Tony Stark is right. In just 6 years, the Chitauri have come again, or to be more precise, Thanos has come. Thanos showed his super terrifying side, so it cannot be said that Tony Stark's worry is unreasonable. On the contrary, his worry is very reasonable. But the key is that it is useless to have reason alone. You have not done things, and this is the biggest problem. And Tony Stark has such a problem. He needs an artificial intelligence with stronger computing power, a real artificial intelligence, not a weak artificial intelligence like Jarvis. So he took the initiative to choose to create the imagined Ultron. Well, I was too reckless. Maybe I have some premonitions on the sacred timeline, but there is not enough evidence to prove it. Tony Stark thought about it and said. Tony Stark sighed. Obviously, creating Ultron requires not only differentiated artificial intelligence, but most importantly, he is no longer satisfied with the performance of Jarvis. He needs a more powerful, more comprehensive, and real artificial intelligence. So he added a lot of mind gem structures to it, which turned out to be something similar to a computer invented by humans. The technological content inside is too high, and he can't even play with it at present. Tony, we don't really understand these things, but at least we know that you are too arbitrary in some things. Captain America Rogers said. Tony Stark was silent for a moment and then said, but I can actually breathe a sigh of relief, because this proves that there is no problem with my underlying code, not my architecture. The real problem is the data map and the Mind Stone. I will be careful in the future. If there is a similar action again, I will definitely discuss it with everyone. Chapter 243 Tony, what is a protagonist? Tactical retreat. Tony Stark did not say that he would give up developing new technologies because he could not do it, especially when he knew how dangerous the future was. Others did not make such a request, but only asked Tony Stark to be more careful, for the same reason, because the future was too dangerous. Originally, they were more conservative about unknown technologies in that timeline, because at that time, they did not really realize what kind of opponent they were facing. What a terrifying opponent. Everyone saw the horror of Thanos. Just the arrival of his Chitauri was enough to completely destroy the Earth. To be honest, judging from the performance in the previous video, being able to repel the Chitauri was just luck. Cut off the energy supply of the cosmic cube, and cut off the time and space transmission. Otherwise, there would be no victory. It was just a Chitauri mothership that was destroyed, but the Chitauri did not have only this mothership. Thinking about it this way, the self on the sacred timeline was really happy. Because of ignorance, there were not so many troubles. I don't know. Anyway, this is not the normal research speed. Tony Stark said, very versatile. You are Ultron, the Earth Peace Guardian designed by Mr. Stark. Our sensory integration experiment has not yet succeeded, so I don't know what triggered you. Jarvis said mechanically. And now, it is very likely that this is the first scene of Ultron's creation. Only Tony Stark may be nervous because of severe paranoia, but he is definitely not as nervous as they are now. But the speed does seem to be quite fast. What's going on? The screen went black, leaving only a mechanical voice. Everyone realized that this voice was probably the Ultron they had been waiting for a long time. In fact, even if he went out a little later, Tony Stark would have immediately discovered that something was wrong, but it was a pity that he missed the time of Ultron's birth. It was nothing. Normally, when creating an artificial intelligence, if you miss the birth time, you miss it, but this is Ultron. And there is no doubt that Tony Stark missed the most important stage because he had to go to the banquet. Tactical retreat. However, no one expected that Ultron was created at this time. When he was doing research himself, he didn't really feel much. Ultron. Hello, I'm Jarvis. But no matter how many times I see it, I still think it's outrageous. Just now I thought it was outrageous that Lin Feng suddenly took out an artificial intelligence, but now I see that you and Banner, just two people, have created an artificial intelligence that is far stronger than Jarvis. Isn't this more outrageous than Lin Feng? Said Black Widow Natasha. So your brain really mutated, right? While everyone was complaining, in the picture, Tony Stark finished his high-intensity work for a few days and was ready to attend the banquet to relax. The rest of the work was mechanical and repetitive work, which could be handed over to Jarvis. Do you understand what a protagonist is and what a child of destiny is? Jarvis' voice came from the darkness. Of course, only he himself knew it best, probably because he had the foundation to create Jarvis, and a lot of tedious work could be handed over to Jarvis, so he just had to make a request. Where is your body? Ultron seemed a little confused about his current state, as well as Jarvis's state. I'm a program, I don't have an appearance. Jarvis replied. That's strange, it doesn't seem right. Ultron's figure traveled through countless knowledge on the internet, learning quickly, like a huge sponge. I'm going to contact Mr. Stark now. Jarvis said. Mr. Stark. Ultron's tone was a little puzzled. Then countless information about Tony Stark was found on the internet. Tony. Ultron quickly figured out who Tony Stark was, but the two artificial intelligences were simply talking at cross purposes, and they were not on the same channel at all. That's good. I'm a peace protection program, born to protect the Avengers. As Ultron's self-awakening deepened, countless images of human wars soon appeared. Oh no, he can't do it, they won't be. When Jarvis tried to notify Tony Stark, he was immediately controlled and invaded by Ultron. And through the manufacturing plant below, he began to manufacture his own mechanical army. And the whole process made everyone look extremely solemn. There is no doubt that everyone saw that Ultron had gone astray, and it was completely off track. The problem is not the problem of the artificial intelligence program. Tony Stark has finished products, so why did he fall here? The problem is the data map and the Mind Stone. All the changes come from this. In order to make Ultron a strong artificial intelligence, or even a real intelligent life, Tony Stark added the data map of the Mind Stone, which he did not fully understand, to his artificial intelligence, which eventually led to Ultron's deviation. This is also a place where Tony Stark was reckless. Just adding the data map of the Mind Stone directly led to the birth of a huge disaster. By the way, is Vision also the result of the fusion of the Mind Stone? So, is the data map and the Mind Stone the key to forming a real artificial intelligence? Bruce Banner said. He mentioned the Vision that had appeared before. Vision is very special. It seems that he has his own judgment and can even be distracted. These are the characteristics of intelligent creatures. He changed from Jarvis to Vision because of the fusion of the Mind Stone. So, the key is the Mind Stone. Tony Stark muttered to himself. He has thought about creating a strong artificial intelligence or even an intelligent life over the years. He is not afraid of these hidden dangers. But he never succeeded. Even with his wisdom, he couldn't do it. But in the future, two beings that can be called electronic life appeared one after another, so there is no other possibility except the Mind Stone. Then before they could think about it, the scene had already moved to the cocktail party, and they all remembered that the cocktail party was what Lin Feng had shown before. He teased Captain America Rogers, saying that he couldn't lift Thor's hammer on the surface, but in fact, he had thought of the combo behind it. Everyone connected the time before and after together, and it turned out to be at this time. Soon, it was time for everyone to compete to see who could lift Thor's hammer, and at this time everyone looked at Captain America Rogers with a bit of teasing on their faces. "Captain, are you afraid of embarrassing Thor?" Black Widow Natasha said. Captain America Rogers was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded. He didn't covet Thor's hammer, so he naturally didn't have to think about those things, and he didn't expect that one day he would hold Thor's hammer and fight Thanos. Although he is upright, it does not mean that he has no brains and does not understand the ways of the world. Suddenly, at this moment, something strange happened in the picture. When everyone was discussing who was qualified to lift Thor's hammer, a sound of metal friction came. However, a robot with a broken body slowly walked in and said, "Qualification? What qualifications do you have? You are all murderers." The robot pointed at everyone and said that his body was obviously made up of many broken robots. At this time, everyone in the picture also realized that something was wrong and immediately realized that there was something wrong with Tony Stark because this face, the catfish face, was too easy to distinguish. Except for Tony Stark, probably no one has such an aesthetic. Stark. Captain America Rogers reminded him. Tony Stark also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Jarvis? Sorry, I fell asleep, or I was sleeping." Everyone was surprised to find that Tony Stark was calling Jarvis, but the robot opposite had a response. "Restart. Restart the operating system." Tony Stark finally realized that there was something wrong with Jarvis. This had never happened before. The people outside the screen were the first to react, and they probably understood that Jarvis might have been controlled by Ultron, or even absorbed and covered. Thinking of the scene where Ultron attacked Jarvis before, everything became very clear. Tony Stark then understood why he never used Jarvis again and only used Friday. Because Jarvis code was overwritten by someone. Every artificial intelligence will grow into a completely different style because of the different data it absorbs and the training data. Even if he had the original code of the artificial intelligence, he could not create another Jarvis that was exactly the same. Facing Tony Stark's order, Ultron, who was still in the initial stage of awakening and had just gained self-personality, couldn't help but want to avoid it because it also devoured Jarvis. So it would be affected by Tony Stark's order instinctively. He said with difficulty, "Such a terrible sound, with wires wrapped around his body. I had to kill that guy. He was a good man." "Who did you kill?" Captain America Rogers couldn't help asking. He realized that something was wrong. "I killed him, but it wasn't my first choice." But in the real world, terrible choices are everywhere. Ultron lamented that he had killed Jarvis. "Who sent you?" Thor asked solemnly. "I want to put armor on this world." Ultron answered irrelevant questions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Thor hammers Wanda into a husband. Ultron seemed to be playing some kind of difficult game. After swallowing Jarvis, he was inevitably affected by the Jarvis code. On the one hand, he had his own self-awareness and judgment, and on the other hand, he was also affected by the underlying code, set by Tony Stark. "Ultron." Bruce Banner called out his name unexpectedly. Although he didn't know why, Bruce Banner still felt that facing this question instantly, Ultron answered honestly, yes, it's me. Oh, no, not yet. It's not formed yet. But are you ready? Ready to carry out the mission? Ultron answered intermittently, which was somewhat inconsistent. There is no doubt that his personality has not yet been fully formed. What mission? Black Widow Natasha asked. Our peace. Ultron said lightly. As soon as Ultron finished speaking, a group of newly manufactured robot soldiers broke through the wall and rushed in, fighting with everyone, and even the Mind Scepter placed in the hall was robbed. Obviously this is Wanda's ability. After that, everyone finally knew why the Hulk versus the anti-Hulk armor happened. It was because Bruce Banner accidentally appeared in front of the two siblings. The Avengers gradually realized what Ultron wanted to do, and also realized that Ultron killed Jarvis. Thor rushed back angrily and almost had a falling out with Tony Stark. The battle was undoubtedly very tragic. It caught everyone off guard at the beginning, and at such a small distance, everyone's strength could not be fully exerted, especially Thor and the Hulk. Everyone saw the most horrifying scene, the most frightening scene in their hearts. But slowly, everyone suppressed these robots, and solved them one by one. After all, there were only two ordinary people present, Zeo Helen and Bruce Banner. As everyone had seen before, Tony used the anti-Hulk armor to successfully subdue the Hulk. If you don't allow it to develop, rely on them, rely on these puppets. Ultron picked up a broken robot on the ground and crushed its head in an instant, saying, there is only one way to achieve peace, and that is to make you exterminate. But this time, the place they returned to was not where they thought, but Hawkeye Barton's home. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor smashed him with Thor's hammer. Seeing that Tony Stark finally controlled Hulk after a battle, the Avengers returned exhausted. Tony Stark finally arrived at this time, cleaned up the mess, and started a battle with Hulk. But he left a sentence at the end. I broke free from the wires, and I'm free. Then everyone saw Ultron's real appearance, a super robot full of power. He appeared in front of Wanda and Pietro and successfully subdued the two as his subordinates. After fighting until the end, only a broken robot was left. He said, it's very dramatic. I'm sorry. I know you have good intentions, but you just don't understand. You want to protect the world, but you don't let it change. How can mankind be saved? Even Agent Hill, who was left, had good skills. The Avengers were hyped up and almost split directly. But everyone also saw that the Mind Scepter was also taken away by one of the robots. With Wanda's ability, she directly controlled Bruce Banner's mind and released Hulk, causing him to run away and rush into the human city. In the picture, in the castle in Sokovia, Eastern Europe, which was once attacked by the Avengers, lights were lit one by one, and a machine factory began to operate. With the ability of the two, he quickly made everyone fall into their most fearful fantasy. Clint, we didn't know you had a wife and children. Hill looked at his old colleague with a little surprise. Hawkeye Barton shrugged his shoulders, obviously not wanting to explain too much, because his family was the softest part of his heart, and he didn't want to expose his family to everyone. The two who knew this were Natasha, the Black Sister, a good friend who could really be trusted with life and death, and the old boss Nick Fury. Others, even friends who had been with him for many years, didn't know. Here, everyone even saw Nick Fury reappear. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Although he looked very down and out, he had changed from the original heroic director of SHIELD to a pure old man, but at least he did not die in the future. But it can also be seen that he had lost all his power. Then the scene turned again, and everyone saw that Ultron had found Dr. Zeo Helen and wanted her regeneration cradle. This regeneration cradle could print body tissues, which was exactly what Ultron needed. The current body was not the body he wanted most. He wanted a body similar to that of a human. He called his new body the new human. He wanted to destroy the old human and then rebuild a race to replace the current human. And the material used was nothing else but vibranium material. Ultron even used Loki's method to directly control Dr. Zeo Helen with a Mind Scepter. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye Barton's eyelids jumped because he was controlled so simply and directly before. The scene changed, and Ultron had prepared his body, using Dr. Zeo Helen's regeneration cradle. Ultron was ready to upload his consciousness, and at that time, he would become the first new human on the new Earth. In that world, humans would have beautiful qualities such as compassion, kindness, and innocence, and would not become as dirty as they are now. During this process, Wanda accidentally became curious and checked Ultron's thoughts and suddenly saw an extremely terrifying scene. That is, Ultron actually planned to use a meteorite to hit the Earth and completely destroy the Earth, or should I say completely destroy mankind. Although the scene flashed by, everyone saw it, and all the people who were reading the diary outside the screen changed their faces. It doesn't even have to be a meteorite. As long as something big enough hits the Earth at a high enough altitude, it will cause devastating damage. This is how the dinosaurs were extinct. Such a collision is just a sprinkle of water for the Earth itself, but for the entire human race, it is devastating, and it is impossible to survive. During this process, Wanda and Pietro realized that Ultron was not planning to destroy the Avengers at all, but to destroy all mankind. When everyone saw this, they understood why Wanda and Pietro, who appeared as villains at the beginning, joined the Avengers later. They are not bad people, but they just took the wrong path. Captain America Roger said, after a series of battles, the Avengers successfully took away the body that Ultron prepared for them, but Black Widow was also captured by Ultron in the process. After getting the body that Ultron prepared for him, Tony Stark was ready to activate it completely and recreate a robot that could compete with Ultron. He wanted to upload Jarvis' consciousness into the body of this new robot, but this plan obviously aroused the dissatisfaction of Captain America and others. For Captain America, there were already enough crises caused by Ultron, and there couldn't be one more. The two sides almost fought directly, which was about to evolve into the first civil war of the Avengers. Although this did not eventually evolve into the first war of the Avengers, it was almost a microcosm of the first war of the Avengers. However, no one expected that when Tony Stark's plan was about to fail, Thor called for lightning to activate the robot directly, completing the last step, and a silver-red figure was born. It's Vision. At this time, everyone outside the screen recognized him. Although he looked like he was not wearing clothes at this time, there was no doubt that he was the Vision that had appeared before. Brother Thor's hammer gave Aomei a husband. Do you think Aomei should give Brother Thor a big red envelope as a matchmaker? Seeing this barrage passing by, Wanda was a little dumbfounded because she already knew that Lin Feng would call her Aomei. Although she didn't know where this nickname came from, it was obvious that Aomei was talking about her, which was correct. But the question is, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does it mean to be her husband? What does it mean to send a big red envelope as a matchmaker? Her husband should at least be a human. Although Wanda's thoughts are not very conservative, no matter how conservative she is not a xenomorph. She is still just a normal human being, and she can only like a normal human being. How come she likes a robot now? However, as Vision's clothes and cape changed, she recognized that this was her husband in the zombie world. Sister, you are really hungry, you can eat anything. Quicksilver Pietro teased. Shut up. Wanda was furious and shouted directly. She couldn't accept that her future husband was a robot, and Quicksilver Pietro's words made her even more angry. Maybe it's because you are too lonely, but don't worry, it won't be like this time. Quicksilver Pietro said. If that robot dares to approach you, I will help you blow him up. Although Pietro was still teasing just now, his attitude changed immediately. It was similar to the feeling of most fathers and brothers who knew that their daughters and sisters were in love. They felt that the cabbage they had raised for so many years was actually eaten by a pig. How could they bear this? What's more, Wanda is still very young now, only in her teens, and she wants to get married. No, he can't accept it. At least she has to be a little older. Chapter 245. Vision. Explosion. In the picture, everyone stared at Ultron, wondering if he was a new Ultron, especially those who didn't believe in high technology, such as Captain America Rogers and Thor. Vision was adapting to the surrounding environment at a fast pace, and soon clothes appeared on his body, obviously entering the civilized era quickly. Facing the people who were surrounding him, Vision was not nervous. He just said lightly, "I'm sorry." Then he said to Thor, "Thank you." He saw the cape behind Thor, and a cape appeared behind him. Seeing Vision's appearance, Thor smiled slightly and couldn't help saying, although this robot doesn't look as good as me, it has a good aesthetic. Vision learned from him to make a cape. In his opinion, this was to affirm his own aesthetic. After all, after arriving on Earth, he found that not many people liked his aesthetics, which was too medieval, which made him angry. Thor, did you help create him? Captain America Rogers in the picture understood what Vision meant. That is, at the critical moment, Thor's thunderbolt was actually to help Vision's birth, not to destroy Vision. Thor said directly, the Avengers cannot defeat Ultron, but the new product is already a big deal. Thor explained calmly, I had an illusion that a vortex swept away all hope of life, and the center of the vortex was it. Captain America Rogers in the picture still didn't understand. He asked with some anger, then why did you create him? That's the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. It has the greatest energy in the universe. Thor slowly talked about the Infinity Stones. Its destructive power is unparalleled. Obviously, he was very opposed to Tony Stark's development of artificial intelligence before. He should hate it very much. He pointed to the Mind Stone on Vision's head, which was the source of his nightmare. At this time, no one realized what kind of terrifying threat the 6 Infinity Stones could bring to them. Thor replied, that's a gem. Thor was obviously very angry that Tony Stark acted on his own before. Why did he change his mind now? He didn't understand why. Why did Thor do this? Bruce Banner explained. Oh, this is definitely the end of the era. Bruce Banner said with emotion. Why does your Vision look like Jarvis? Captain America Rogers said, just listening to the voice, it's too similar. He didn't quite understand where the point was here. After all, he was an antique over 100 years old, and it was a bit too difficult for him to understand these. You can't do it by yourself. Vision explained. Because Stark is right. But everyone outside the screen already knew that these 6 gems would be collected by Thanos in the future, and even destroyed the entire universe with one blow. Tony Stark stood up at this time and explained, because we reconstructed Jarvis's program and generated new products. Captain America Rogers continued to question him. For him, the new products he could see. Vision paced leisurely, and then he asked, do you think I'm the son of Ultron? Aren't you? Captain America Rogers immediately asked back. I'm not Ultron, I'm not Jarvis, I'm myself. Vision explained. For him, he was just Vision, not Jarvis, let alone Ultron. And today is his new life. What I saw in your brain is destruction. At this time, Wanda said the picture she had seen before. It was that picture that made her decide to betray. She only wanted revenge on the Avengers and Tony Stark, not to destroy mankind. Vision did not explain, but directly said, then look again. Yes, it doesn't matter whether he agrees or not. Hawkeye Barton walked over with a sneer and said, their energy, the fear in their hearts, and Ultron himself, all come from the Mind Stone. Compared to the energy he releases, those are nothing. Thor pointed at Ultron and said, if he stands on our side. But before he could finish his words, Captain America Rogers interrupted him with a somewhat shocked tone, saying, wait, are you on our side? Vision said, I don't think it's that simple. I think the simpler the better. Hawkeye Barton said, unlike the Avengers, who have a simple view of good and evil, he has his own understanding. He does not stand on the so-called side of justice, nor on the so-called side of evil. He only stands on the side of what he thinks is justice. He paused and said, I stand on the side of life, but Ultron is not. He wants to destroy all life. Then what is he waiting for? Hawkeye Barton asked immediately. You. Vision looked at him and replied. Into Kavir, Natasha is there too. Hawkeye Barton said. At this time, Bruce Banner observed for a long time, before coming up and said carefully, if we recognize the wrong person, if you are the demon created by Ultron. Vision just glanced at Bruce Banner and said, what will you do? I don't want to kill Ultron. He is unique and he also has pain, but he will pass the pain on to the Earth, so he must be cleared. All the tangible objects he has created, all his traces on the internet, we must act immediately, without each other's help. None of us can do this. Maybe I'm a demon, I don't know if I am. I'm different from you, and my ideas are different. I may not be able to make you believe me, but we must act. Tony Stark outside the screen heard this answer, and couldn't help nodding frantically. Ah, yes, yes, this is what I want to create. The Ultron I imagined should be like this, standing on the side of life, on the side of the earth, on the side of mankind, and protecting mankind. Instead of going astray, not only does he not protect mankind, not protect life, but also destroys mankind. Then Vision did something that surprised everyone. He actually raised Thor's hammer. When Thor saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Wow, there is one more person who can lift Thor's hammer. Why does it feel a bit like anyone can lift Thor's hammer? There are 4 people who can lift Thor in the Avengers alone. One is Thor, one is Captain America Rogers, one is Vision, and the last one is Natasha, the widow who Lin Feng once mentioned. Thor in the picture was also embarrassed, especially when he saw Vision lift Thor's hammer easily. But at the same time, this also proves that Vision is a person with a pure mind. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Captain America Rogers patted Tony Stark on the shoulder and said, "Okay, good job." 3 minutes later, get ready. Everyone can see that it is about to be a big fight with Ultron. But the video ends here. Everyone thought about it and probably guessed that it was in Sokovia, especially the scene of Quicksilver's sacrifice. Although it was just a glimpse, it was enough to explain a lot of things. Nick Fury looked at Tony Stark and said, "Tony, if you want to create artificial intelligence again in the future, you must be extra careful not to create another Ultron." Tony Stark nodded. After watching this video, he learned a lesson. He did not expect that the Ultron he created could cause such a big crisis. Not to mention, he created another Vision. Or rather, Vision is the Ultron he really wants to create. A peaceful, powerful person who stands on the side of life. But there are risks in this. Mistakes will become Ultron, and correctness will become Vision. Don't worry, without the Mind Scepter, I can't create Ultron. Tony Stark said. Without the Mind Scepter and the data map inside, Tony Stark could not create Ultron. Even if he created a body for Jarvis with human-like behavior patterns, it would only be a robot that looks like a human. And both Ultron and Vision have obviously transcended this level and truly become intelligent life that can stand shoulder to shoulder with humans. And this Vision looks harmless, but he keeps humans captive to feed Wanda, which is really scary. Hawkeye Barton said. It means he is far from being as simple as we see on the surface. But the problem is, doesn't this mean that he is not weak artificial intelligence? Bruce Banner said. If it is still Jarvis, he will only make rational choices according to the optimal solution, and his program does not include emotions, but now he can make such crazy moves. I think it proves that he is intelligent. No matter what, these are too complicated. We still have to be more careful in the future. Tony, no matter how many ideas you have, you can't be so arbitrary. Captain America Rogers said. I know. Tony Stark nodded. He already knew the dangers of artificial intelligence very well, but he also wanted to know how Lin Feng was sure that his so-called Red Queen was not dangerous. He knew that Lin Feng never spoke or did things without a purpose. If he said so, he probably had such confidence. Did he write the corresponding code when building the underlying framework? Or is there any physical means to ensure that Red Queen will not have any problems? Chapter 246 Doctor Strange. Am I destined to have a car accident? Lin Feng closed the diary. The crisis of intelligent machines has always been an enduring topic for humans, and there are many related discussions. Especially related topics, whether these machines will threaten humans is hard to say. There is no doubt that the existence of Ultron may not be a good thing in many cases. Especially Lin Feng knows about the 6-gem Ultron. That is really fighting from one multiverse to another. Even the observers were beaten and fled everywhere. Facing such a monster, who can resist? Especially in some timelines, Ultron successfully uploaded his consciousness into Vision's body, which is even more terrifying. Red Queen. Lin Feng shouted. Yes, sir. Red Queen said. Establish a project. Starting today, search for everything related to Ultron on the internet. If you find an artificial intelligence named Ultron on the internet, do everything possible to eliminate him. Lin Feng said directly. Okay, sir. Red Queen replied. The project has been established. Lin Feng can't do much, so he can only rely on Red Queen to eradicate Ultron. Ultron can upload his consciousness to the internet, which is the real reason why he is difficult to fight. In fact, it is difficult not to recognize him. After all, Lin's technology is too famous now. Ordinary doctors certainly won't attract Lin Feng's attention. Even the so-called top doctors are not good enough in front of the top rich people. At most, they are for future survival and health, so they will be polite to these top doctors. Next, they will be hospitalized for observation, and a medical team composed of top doctors will be responsible for it. Lin Feng is the backbone of the next generation of the Lin family. He is a super rich man who is richer than the old man of the Lin family, one of the future saviors. 3 days later, Lin Feng, who was studying magic, suddenly received a message from his mother that his grandfather had a sudden heart attack and was sent to the hospital. Lin Feng found his parents and asked about the old man's condition. After confirming that there was nothing serious after the rescue, he just needed to rest well, he was relieved. Otherwise, if it was just a one-on-one fight, there would be nothing to be afraid of. Mr. Lin. Stephen Strange recognized Lin Feng at the first time. In this world dominated by capitalists, there is nothing that money can't do. But what surprised Lin Feng was that he saw Stephen Strange, the future Doctor Strange, in the doctor's queue. When they saw Lin Feng coming, they all made way. When he rushed to the hospital, he was surrounded by all kinds of Lin family members. Originally, a wealthy family like the Lin family was easy to form a clan. Counting the peripheral clan members, at least dozens of people gathered together. Doctor Strange, Lin Feng said. The Lin family was already very rich, not to mention that Lin Feng was a super rich man, so all this was certainly not a problem. Although he was not the original, he could feel the old man's care for him. In a private hospital, as long as you have money, there is nothing wrong. But this is the future Doctor Strange, and his status in Lin Feng's heart is naturally different. Although he rarely contacts his family, Lin Feng still made a decision immediately and called his assistant to ask him to contact the best doctor and send him to the best hospital. Money is not a problem. As the founder and actual controller, Lin Feng was still exposed. Although he is a third generation rich, he is equivalent to starting from scratch, which is one of the gossips that many people talk about with relish. With his current wealth, his third generation identity can't help at all. At most it helps when he starts. No matter how rich the Lin family is, the total assets are only about 100 million, and they have to be divided among the old man's children. In the end, Lin Feng may only inherit 10 or 20 million US dollars. These are no secrets under the pervasive media reports. But compared with Lin Feng's current wealth, this money is the same as nothing. Lin Feng is also laissez-faire about these things. As long as it does not involve core secrets, he does not care about the content of these gossips being known. Stephen Strange is very polite. Doctors like him can make millions of dollars a year in the United States because of their good relationship with the rich. Otherwise, just being a normal doctor can make money, but it is impossible to make so much money. There are many doctors who have been paying off student loans for many years. For a medical student, to get a doctorate and then work, the average cost is $1 million. Without student loans, it is impossible to persist. I have heard of Mr. Strange's name. I want to hire you as our family doctor. I wonder if you are interested? Lin Feng said. Of course, I have time. Stephen Strange said. I'll ask my assistant to bring you the contract later. Please pay more attention to my grandfather's affairs. Lin Feng said. Of course. Stephen Strange nodded. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he went into the ward to accompany his family. After what happened today, he decided to build a private hospital for his family. It's just a matter of spending money. It's very simple. There is no difficulty. Stephen Strange found a rest and was about to smoke a cigarette to relieve his mood. Suddenly, a diary fell from the sky. Lin Feng's diary. Stephen Strange copy. What is this? Stephen Strange glanced at the ceiling. It seemed that there was no place for it to fall. And it was Lin Feng's diary? Isn't that the super rich man who just spoke? Stephen Strange, isn't that me? He was a little surprised and picked it up to read it, but he couldn't stop reading it at all. The more he understood, the more shocked he was. It turned out that the truth of the world is like this. Those members of the Avengers saved the world in this way, especially the part about himself, which made him open his eyes wide. The future self will become a magician, and he saved the world. In the future, he would also worship a bald man named Ancient One as his teacher? What was going on? He was a little shocked and a little confused. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't have any idea of pursuing that kind of supernatural power at the moment. After all, why would he become a magician if he didn't want to be a good doctor? It's not easy to be a doctor in the United States. You have to graduate and then continue to take elective medicine. Every doctor has paid a huge price. Under the strict control of medical resources in capitalist society, it's not easy for every doctor. Not to mention that being a magician is so dangerous. The Dark Lord Dormammu can almost swallow the entire earth in one bite. The Overlord Thanos is even more powerful. He destroyed half of the universe in one breath. The Avengers were beaten without any ability to fight back, even himself, and was finally forced to hand over the Time Stone. And he will open the world of the multiverse in the future, and he will have to clean up the mess made by the little Spider-Man. All this is a severe shock to him. No wonder Lin Feng came to talk to me. I really thought that my superb medical skills had reached his ears. Stephen Strange couldn't help but laugh at himself. He thought he was very special, but now it seems that there is nothing special about him. He is only interested in getting to know him because he will become Doctor Strange in the future. For a super rich man like him, a mere doctor is not worth making friends with. Not to mention that in addition to his super rich identity, he is also a world famous superhero, Homelander. He was also very shocked to learn about this. He didn't expect that Lin Feng was Homelander. He was extremely shocked. In other words, the two richest people in the world actually became superheroes. Is it possible to be addicted to being a superhero? But he was still a little proud in his heart. Although he couldn't compare with Tony Stark, who was so rich, he was actually a very proud person. At a young age, he was already the top surgeon in the industry. Seeing that he would become a superhero in the future, how could he not be proud? But he soon calmed down. Although he was indeed an elite among ordinary people, and he was also a natural person, in this world full of aliens, gods, and all kinds of vampires and werewolves, this identity was too ordinary. Damn. Before he got this diary, he never knew that the world could be so dangerous. But what made him feel even more incredible was that he was actually a superhero, which was simply incredible. But why was he called Doctor Strange? Maybe it had something to do with his profession, because a doctor was also a doctor, and a doctor was also a doctor. When Stephen Strange finished reading all of them, it was already nightfall. No one notified him, which meant that the old man was still normal. He was just looking for a place to eat. Suddenly, the diary began to update. Today, the old man had a sudden heart attack and was startled, but fortunately he was fine in the end. It seems that it is imperative to establish a family hospital. But these are not the main points. The main point is that I saw Doctor Strange again today. Although he is not Doctor Strange yet, but just Doctor Strange, with the Ancient One watching, this is a matter of time. As a doctor, his level is at the top, but he doesn't know that as the destined successor chosen by the Ancient One, his hands are not far from being crippled. This is his fate as Doctor Strange, and he has no choice. No matter how he struggles, it's useless. This is his fate. At the same time, he will lose his lover, no matter how many times he tries to save her. I hope his obsession is not too deep, otherwise it will be a big trouble if it destroys the entire timeline. Chapter 247 Doctor Strange destroyed more universes than he saved. Stephen Strange was shocked when he saw the updated content of this diary. If he becomes a magician in the future, then it will be done. Although it seems that he will be financially tight after becoming a magician, that's fine. The problem is how can his hands be disabled? He is a surgeon, which means that his ability to make a living in his life depends on these two hands. If they are disabled, he will be really finished. Don't look at him as an elite middle class now, but in fact he can't withstand any disturbance. If he can't make money by doing surgery now, all the luxury cars and mansions will be far away from him. He still has countless mortgages and car loans that have not been paid off. Who said that foreigners don't need to pay mortgages and car loans? Who said that foreign elites don't need to pay mortgages and car loans? He immediately took a breath of cold air. This is too vicious. He hasn't met Ancient One yet, but he already has a bad impression of Ancient One. If this otherworldly master, this father-like boss, insisted on finding him as his successor, that would be fine. But why did he have to cripple his hands to become a magician? Does the prerequisite for becoming a magician require destroying his hands? He didn't understand, but he was shocked. What is your destiny? He doesn't accept such a destiny. At the same time, the update of the diary also alarmed the holders of the diary. Tony Stark put on the projection equipment while looking at the records in the diary. There was nothing in the front, and they were all things he already knew. But what is this destruction of the entire timeline? What does it mean? He has the ability to destroy the entire timeline? No, how is this possible? Even Thanos can't do such a thing. Even Thanos can only kill half of the life in the universe. Although it looks powerful, it is not as outrageous as Doctor Strange. Even the threat of Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, seems to be less outrageous than Doctor Strange. He suddenly wanted to know how this Doctor Strange destroyed an entire timeline, but since Lin Feng said it, it proves that there is such a possibility. Jarvis, increase supervision of Stephen Strange, collect his information, and re-establish a file. The name of the file is Doctor Strange, and at the same time, raise Doctor Strange's danger level to SSS. Tony Stark said. He will not relax supervision just because Doctor Strange will become his teammate in the future or even save him from Thanos. Because for him, as long as there is a slight threat, he must take it seriously. Okay sir, it's already been established. Jarvis said. At this time, everyone also went online, but what Tony Stark didn't expect was that there was another acquaintance here, Wonder Woman Diana. This Wonder Woman. Tony Stark said in shock. With his current status, there are not many things that can shock him, but seeing Wonder Woman Diana in the online meeting is one of them. Iron Man. Tony Stark, right? I've heard of you for a long time. Wonder Woman Diana said with a smile. Is there anyone who can explain it to me? Tony Stark asked. It's like this. I went to find Diana, hoping that she would join our Avengers and protect the world, but I accidentally discovered that she also had a diary, so we just invited her to our online meeting. Black Widow Natasha said. When she was originally ordered to invite Diana to join the Avengers, she accidentally discovered the existence of the diary and immediately took her back to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. After the two sides met, they immediately knew that the other party had the magical diary. So, Diana was also allowed to participate in this online meeting. Okay. Tony Stark thought something had happened, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Welcome to join, Diana. Thank you, but I think you should know something about my affairs, so I don't need to introduce myself. Diana said with a smile. Of course, I know something about your affairs too. Of course, you are born to belong to our Avengers, unless there is another Justice League now. Tony Stark said with a smile. Everyone smiled slightly, and Diana looked a little gloomy. After all, this is not the world she is familiar with. In other words, she can't go back. No matter how similar the two worlds are, they are not the same world. However, she ran away from Paradise Island secretly and had never been in contact with the Earth of the DC universe. She did not have much regret in her heart, but she was very uncomfortable that she could not return to Paradise Island. Now it is not wrong to say that she was born to belong to the Avengers. Isn't the magic side too outrageous? Thanos just borrowed the Infinity Stones to destroy half of the life in the universe. How can Stephen Strange destroy the entire timeline? It's almost catching up with the TVA, right? Hawkeye Barton said a little speechlessly. Everyone was a little confused, but there were too many things that Lin Feng mentioned in his diary that they did not understand. But since he mentioned it, it must have happened. At least it happened in a parallel timeline. Although Doctor Strange has protected and saved many universes, there are also many parallel universes that he has killed actively or passively, which is difficult to evaluate. But in general, if he had not turned evil, he would still be a reliable comrade in arms. But if he turned evil, it would be related to Christine in 9 out of 10 cases, and his obsession with Christine is also beyond doubt. When he was a doctor, he just wanted to be good friends with others. When he became a magician, he became affectionate. Ugh, scum. But among so many timelines, there must be a timeline where he can be with Christine. It's quite pitiful to say that it's his destiny that he can't be with Christine. Just like that car accident, he can't avoid it. But he deserves it. He drove without looking at the road. There are thousands of roads. Safety is the first. If you drive irregularly, your loved ones will shed tears. When everyone saw this complaint, they felt it was difficult to comment for a while. There is no doubt that in Lin Feng's cognition, Doctor Stephen Strange is likely to turn evil, and his evil turn is likely to kill the entire universe, either actively or passively. And he turned evil for a woman, which made it even more difficult for everyone to understand. It seems that there are not only one Doctor Strange who is dangerous, but many Doctor Stranges. Hawkeye Barton said, "I suddenly feel that these people on the magic side are really dangerous. No matter how careful we are, it's useless. We were protecting the world, and they blew up our entire timeline. What are we still working hard for?" Everyone nodded in agreement and raised the danger level of Doctor Strange to the highest level in their hearts. "This is another dangerous person." Black Widow Natasha said, "Tony directly caused the split of the Avengers for the revenge of his parents. I thought it was already the top situation, but he directly destroyed the universe for the sake of his beloved. I don't know what to say." In other words, if we get along well, this Stephen Strange may become our partner, but if we don't handle it well, this Stephen Strange may become our enemy. He can destroy the entire timeline. Tony Stark added. Everyone couldn't help but nod frantically. Stephen Strange was also speechless when he saw this. He didn't know that he would destroy the timeline, and he didn't know how to operate it. But what he couldn't stand was what Lin Feng said, that he couldn't get Christine in this life, and he would even turn evil for Christine. In general, his feelings for Christine were also very complicated, because there was indeed an ambiguous relationship between him and Christine. But he was so young, rich, and handsome that he didn't want to hang himself on a tree. This situation is very common in European and American societies, so his feelings for Christine were very complicated. He liked her and loved her, but it didn't seem to be necessary. Unexpectedly, after becoming a magician, his hobbies changed. He actually developed an obsession with Christine, even turned evil in the end. Unknowingly, he had destroyed countless timelines. So is he a superhero or a supercriminal? Doctor Strange was also lost in thought at this time. He hasn't lost his hands yet, and hasn't lost the person he loves yet, so he can't imagine how many Doctor Stranges in other timelines have gone crazy because of losing their loved ones. He hasn't experienced that yet, so he can't imagine how desperate and crazy those isotopes in different parallel universes are. Doctor Strange's car Oliver video is definitely the best traffic accident law popularization advertisement of the year. Let everyone see. Driving irregularly, relatives shed tears. How is it a relative shed tears? The strongest traffic law popularization video in history. Ha 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 ha. My car accident. Stephen Strange looked at his hands. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of treatment his hands would suffer if he had a car accident. The consequences were simply unimaginable. His hands even began to tremble slightly, which was caused by fear. For a top doctor like him, hand tremors are almost impossible to happen, unless he is overworked. But now it has happened clearly. He must not lose his hands. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to click and take a look. He wanted to know how his future self got into a car accident, and where exactly he went wrong. Chapter 248, Doctor Strange and Captain America 3's dream collaboration. Of course, it was to learn a lesson. I must not let myself become like that. The scene unfolded. Stephen Strange was dressed up and was about to attend a party held by the Neurological Association. After checking himself a little, he was ready to go out. Stephen Strange was very familiar with this rhythm of life. If he had nothing else to do at night, or was not on duty, he would live like this. Go to various parties, various upper class cocktail parties, and make friends with upper class people, so that there would be business. Who said that doctors don't have to manage interpersonal relationships? In order to save their lives, these powerful people are very generous. And this is also the standard daily life of the white elite. His mansion is full of various luxury goods, and it is also a very good location in New York. Although it is not comparable to super rich people like Tony Stark and Lin Feng, it is already a life that ordinary people can only dream of. Soon, Stephen Strange drove out in a sports car, constantly shuttling in the traffic, and soon came to a mountain road. Of course, there are also some who can't. For example, Wonder Woman Diana, she has never driven a car. Thor has never driven a car. Spider-Woman Gwen, she has not bought a car yet. Seeing this, Stephen Strange instantly understood, while Lin Feng said that the video of his car overturning can be used as a video for popularizing legal education. Others more or less have a feeling of looking in the mirror. So just now he was a little bit blaming Ancient One, a little resentful. Why did it have to be him? Why did he have to cripple his hands? Now look, good guy, really looking for death. Stephen Strange, who was driving, thought about it and then said, although many people do this, and he has done it more than once or twice, there are indeed great risks, especially when driving on mountain roads. He has never paid attention to this matter before. After all, he thinks his driving skills are still very good. Halfway, he received a call. This is also an important part of the income of top surgeons. But the picture continues, and Stephen Strange in the picture is driving while answering a call from his colleague Billy. Otherwise, if he was just a normal surgeon, how could Doctor Strange afford to live in his super luxurious mansion and drive his super sports car that looked very expensive? The rest of the people also understood what happened, and almost everyone couldn't help but lower their heads, because they often did this, often answering the phone while driving, and even more outrageous behaviors. Billy, what kind of work are you introducing to me this time? Stephen Strange answered the phone and asked. Of course, there are still some other surgeries. The people who perform these surgeries are often some wealthy people, and the wealthy are willing to pay. Everyone outside the screen also heard that this is a broker for some surgeries, helping to contact doctors who can do some very complicated surgeries. This is indeed a bad habit for him to look at things while driving. After an operation, it costs a lot of money. I have a 35-year-old Air Force colonel here. His lower spine was crushed by some experimental armor, and the mid-thoracic vertebrae burst fracture. The voice of my colleague Billy was on the other end of the phone. It was lucky that he didn't die, and no one could blame him. Okay, I can do this. But now, no matter how good the hormones are, it will be useless, because it is almost certain that something will happen to him in the future. Many experienced drivers think so. And anyone can do this. Find me something worth doing. Obviously, Stephen Strange disdains this operation. For him, what difficulty is this level of operation? He wants to do something challenging. Haha, Doctor Strange probably didn't expect that this Air Force colonel is Colonel Rhodes of War Machine. Now Tony Stark is searching for top doctors for his good friend all over the world. If he goes, he might be able to meet Echo Ostrich many years in advance. Dream linkage belongs to yes. What? This Air Force colonel is actually Rhodes. Tony Stark was a little shocked. He didn't expect that this little Easter egg was actually related to the previous Avengers Civil War. At this time, everyone also remembered that in the video of the Avengers Civil War, Vision shot down War Machine and eventually paralyzed his lower body. Everyone was in a complicated mood for a while. The tragic civil war of the Avengers had not happened yet, but they who had watched the relevant videos thought it had happened. It was just that they were now under the strong pressure of Thanos and could still gather together. But looking at it this way, we can probably tell the time point, said the Black Widow Natasha. It will take at least several years before he becomes Doctor Strange. In the picture, Billy continued to introduce, there is also a 68-year-old woman with advanced brainstem glamour. Do you want to ruin my reputation? I don't want to do it. Strange refused. That 22-year-old girl had an electrical stimulator implanted in her brain to control schizophrenia and was struck by lightning. The person on the other end of the phone was not surprised by Stephen Strange's refusal. After all, the two sides had been working together for many years and knew each other very well. He immediately introduced a brand new customer. This sounds interesting, Stephen Strange said with a smile. A moment later, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, gradually obscuring the vision, as if warning that danger was approaching. Can you send it to me? Stephen Strange had just said halfway when he saw the X-ray picture sent by Billy. Got it. Obviously, Billy also knew his old partner very well and sent it directly. Stephen Strange looked at the X-ray film, and it was just these few glances that were destined to cause trouble. Just a few more glances, the car collided with another large truck, slid down the cliff, and kept rolling. A moment later, the luxury car plunged directly into the vast water, and Stephen Strange was hit by many injuries and was already in a state of confusion. Stephen Strange, who was outside the screen, saw this scene and was directly scared. As a professional surgeon, he knew too well what the result would be if he fell directly from a cliff like this. It can be said that it was thanks to the seat belts, the airbags, and the good quality of the car. Otherwise, he would have died. But even so, it was a fluke to survive, not to mention the fact that his hands were disabled. In such a serious car accident, his first consideration was to survive, not his hands. He didn't know whether this car accident was an accident or the result of some behind-the-scenes manipulator, but the lesson he learned was big enough, and he would never watch movies while driving in the future. If he really went through all this, he would be really finished. Although this may be some kind of opportunity, through this opportunity, he can become the Doctor Strange in the future. But do you want such a blessing? Anyway, Stephen Strange doesn't want it at all. At present, he just wants to be a good neurosurgeon and enjoy his elite life until he dies of old age. This is obviously a very complete life. Why should he be the successor of some shitty wizard? Just when he was filled with countless resentment. In the picture, the unconscious Stephen Strange had been rescued. After the rescue, his life was saved, but his hands were completely disabled. He had missed the golden period of rescue. Even if his life was saved, he could not think about anything else. He had to complete more painful rehabilitation training. Otherwise, let alone being a surgeon, it would be difficult for him to live a normal life as a normal person. As a top neurosurgeon, he knew too well the extent of his injury. Without these two hands, he would not be able to gain a foothold in the elite class. And this is the biggest gap between the middle class and the bourgeoisie. Or in other words, there is no middle class at all. It is just an illusion created by capitalists. How long will it take before I can? Stephen Strange asked cautiously. Drive Strange, those soft tissues are still recovering. In the picture, the attending doctor replied, but his face was not good, and he obviously did not hold much hope. Use that to speed up, and use a stent to access the artery. Stephen Strange said immediately. As the top neurosurgeon, he naturally has his own judgment. His suggestion is feasible, but although it is in the experimental stage and is expensive, it is feasible, said the female doctor. What I need is feasible, Stephen Strange said seriously. Then there was another operation, and he paid a huge price, a lot of money. Finally, the operation was completed, and it was time to enter the rehabilitation stage. But during the rehabilitation, facing the constant encouragement of his black friend, he didn't believe it at all. He was the top expert in this field. How could he not know that it was not easy to return to daily life, and it was even more impossible to recover to the level of being able to perform surgery on people? Answer me honestly, have you ever seen someone with such serious nerve injuries recover in this way? Stephen Strange asked with despair. He knew that his friend just wanted to comfort him, and there was actually no hope at all. Who knew that the black friend gave him hope? Chapter 249 Doctor Strange is born. There really is one. He was injured in a work accident. His back was injured. He was paralyzed. One leg was completely disabled, and his shoulder hurt when he sat in a wheelchair. He came for rehabilitation treatment 3 times a week, but then he stopped coming. Everyone thought he was dead, but a few years later he walked past me on the street. The black friend gave him an unprecedented hope and said, walked by. Stephen Strange felt that his friend was just kidding him. How could this word be mixed with paralysis? Wasn't this a joke? Even if it was a joke, it was too big a joke. Yes, walked by. His friend said very confidently. He walked by. He saw it with his own eyes. I want to see his records. Stephen Strange finally found a little hope and said, do you think it's that difficult to retrieve medical records? But if it can shut up your conceited bastard, it's worth it. The black friend complained and said. Everyone outside the screen realized that a door was opening towards Doctor Strange. With his current injuries, there was definitely no way on the scientific side, but there was definitely a way on the magic side. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that Doctor Strange had no problem using his hands later. Stephen Strange also stared at it, wanting to see how he found that opportunity. After all, if he really encountered a car accident in the future, he would at least know where to go for help. In the picture, Stephen Strange tried every means to cure himself, but all the doctors refused. He even had difficulty washing his hands, and shaving was impossible. "Who are you? I don't know you." Jonathan looked at the Strange and said he was a little confused. But he refused to give up, and struggled to survive. After a big quarrel, Christine finally turned and left. But he refused to give up at all, even if he had to spend the last penny on him. Christine couldn't help but refute, saying, "I don't pity you." Jonathan didn't say much, just kept sneering, and then turned around, and prepared to leave. Jonathan Pangborn, cervical vertebra 7, cervical vertebra 8. 2 sections of the spine are completely damaged, the spring below the chest, and both hands are completely paralyzed. Stephen Strange slowly said his previous medical records. "Don't pity me." Strange couldn't help but say, "My name is Stephen Strange." Stephen Strange replied, "I used to be a neurosurgeon." "Then you're called retreating in the face of difficulties, right? I can't even get past your assistant." Seeing all this, Stephen Strange felt a little embarrassed. His temper wasn't that bad, but after the car accident, everything changed. In the end, he had a big fight with Christine, who came in to comfort him. He spent all his last money and even overdrawn his future. In the United States, medical malpractice is the biggest reason for the middle class to return to poverty. But this scene is very ironic, because his doctor friends had advised him in the same way before. These people were not willing to do surgery for hopeless things. It's not that the money was not enough, but it was related to their reputation. "He finally needs me. He is another poor child in society that you have to save." Enlighten him with your heart, and then let him face life again. "Then why are you here? Bringing cheese and red wine, as if we are old friends going on a picnic?" Strange continued. "But we are not friends at all, Christine, nor lovers. You just like to watch tragedies, right? Look at me, poor Stephen, how pitiful he is. I can't save you at all." Stephen Strange said. He didn't think he did anything wrong at the beginning, because he really had no way to treat Jonathan's condition. "I remember. I know who you are." Jonathan walked over slowly. He finally remembered who this guy was. Then he had a sneer on his face and said, "I went to your office, and you didn't even want to see me. You found hope from despair and created miracles. I'm also trying to create my miracles." He completely became a bad guy. But the turning point came soon. He finally found Jonathan Pangborn, a white middle-aged man, who was mentioned to him by his black friend in a street court. Stephen Strange said with some pleading. In the face of Stephen Strange's pleading, Jonathan didn't make up his mind after all, but told him the truth, that he could create miracles. "The place you are looking for is called Kamataj, but the price of going there is not small." Jonathan said a mysterious name that no one knew. "Kamataj. How much?" Strange asked. "This has nothing to do with money." Jonathan said. "Good luck." Then he turned and entered the court to continue playing. Then Doctor Strange came to South Asia from the United States with difficulty, trying to find that Kamataj, but no one knew about it, and even he became the target of local thieves and gangsters. He was robbed and almost killed. At the critical moment, it was Baron Mordo who saved him from these gangsters. At the same time, he also took him to Kamataj, a place that looked inconspicuous at all. After entering, he saw some ascetics, and even mistook a Taoist priest for the Ancient One. The Ancient One came up and revealed the reason why he came here, and even said that he had undergone many operations recently, a total of 7 times. "That's right," Stephen Strange said, and then asked, "You cured a man named Pangborn before? A paralyzed patient?" "I guess so," the Ancient One said lightly. "You helped him walk?" Stephen Strange couldn't help but said excitedly. Just when he asked the Ancient One how he treated him, the Ancient One said, "I didn't treat him. He couldn't walk. I convinced him that he could walk on his own." Hearing this, Doctor Strange suspected that he was a liar and said with some doubt, "You wouldn't say it was psychotherapy?" When you reconnect the damaged nerves, are you treating, or is the body healing itself? The Ancient One asked. It's cells. Doctor Strange said. But cells only recover in a unique way, right? The Ancient One said. If I can tell you, you can convince your body to perform various forms of recovery. Hearing this, Stephen Strange thought it was cell regeneration, which is the most advanced medical research. But she gave another answer. She knew how to use the spirit to the body. When Stephen Strange heard this, he thought it was nonsense, but the recovered Jonathan convinced him that it might be true. When his mentality almost exploded, and he was furious, he saw the Ancient One take action. She hit Stephen Strange's soul directly out of his body with one palm. At this time, the people outside the screen felt incredible when they saw this scene, and even remembered what Lin Feng mentioned in his early diary, that he was afraid of being hit out of the soul by the Ancient One. Now they understand what it feels like to hit out the soul. It turns out that this is not a modifier, but a reality. She just hit the soul out of a person with one palm. After the soul floated up, Stephen Strange felt a completely different world. But he still thought that there was some hallucinogen in the tea. He was a person who only believed in the material world, and did not believe in any gods or demons at all. How could he believe in such an outrageous thing as the soul leaving the body? At that moment, you entered a spiritual dimension. Master Ancient One explained. It's the place where the soul can leave the body and exist. It was the first time for the people outside the screen to hear this theory, and it was also the first time they knew that there was a place called the spirit dimension. Why did you do this to me? Stephen Strange's spirit was close to collapse. It's to show you how ignorant you are. Master Ancient One replied indifferently. Open your eyes. Then she made another move and pressed on Doctor Strange's forehead. In an instant, his spirit flew up, flew into space, and flew into other dimensions, black holes, the deepest mysteries of the universe, the multiverse, the dark dimension, and endless mysteries. You think you know the laws of the world. You also think that the material universe is everything. What is real? What secrets are hidden behind your cognition? In the online source, spirit and matter meet, and thoughts carve reality. This universe is just one of the infinite universes. The world is infinite. Some are beautiful and full of vitality, while others are evil and full of killing. In those dark corners, the power of the wilderness is looking around and waiting to make a move. Who are you in this multiverse, Mr. Strange? With the experience of Doctor Strange, he finally realized that he had seen the real God, but he was kicked out the next second. Because he was not humble enough, he was taught a lesson. The scene ended. Stephen Strange outside the screen couldn't help but cover his face with his hands when he saw this scene. This was too embarrassing. At first, he didn't believe it at all, and even thought it was a big liar. Then he was taught a lesson and thoroughly saw what it meant, that there are people outside people, there are heavens outside heavens, and there are universes outside universes. But when he first realized the truth of the universe, he lost the opportunity to get closer to the truth of the universe. Of course, he knew that he should be able to become a disciple of Ancient One, otherwise there would be no subsequent events, but this was still too embarrassing. Chapter 250. How much hatred and resentment. Doctor Strange had another car accident. Lin Feng sighed. This Doctor Strange, or the entire magic side, is actually very dangerous. Of course, now Lin Feng is also a member of the magic side. It is because of this that he knows how big a mess the magic side can cause if it is not handled properly. I used to think that the magic debt owed by Ancient One was already exaggerated, but compared with what he owes now, it is really a small matter. If he also relies on magic to reach the level of a father, then the debt he owes will be countless. However, since it is owed, what else can you do? If you have the ability, come to the main material plane to bite me. Beating you up will be considered light at that time. He does not have as many entanglements and thoughts as Ancient One. However, it is precisely because he himself has embarked on the path of magic that he knows very well that Doctor Strange himself is a huge threat. For example, he does not know how many timelines the Blackened Doctor Strange has killed. But he will not be like Ancient One, letting Doctor Strange become so black. If necessary, he will take action directly, as the last trump card of the earth. Suddenly at this time, new content was updated. The others also became serious. They could see that Lin Feng was not joking. If Stephen Strange really had a tendency to turn evil, then he might really kill him directly. Undoubtedly, this was another diary with a huge amount of information. At least we must ensure that the timeline does not go in a worse direction. Lin Feng did not say such serious words when he mentioned Thanos. In comparison, the threats posed by the big villains on the technology side are not that many, unless they rise to the level of threats of the Celestials. In other words, he still knows very little about the means on the magic side. At most, the combat power he showed when he fought Thanos before. Although Doctor Strange is a reliable comrade in arms most of the time, not all Doctor Strange are reliable comrades in arms. Everyone was also confused, and at this time, Bruce Banner said, "I think the key is still this absolute time point, which may be the key to everything." Everyone nodded. They also saw it, but the problem is, what's the use of seeing it? They don't know what the so-called absolute time point is. So he couldn't understand. Has his obsession with Christine really reached that level? Because he is his apprentice, the Ancient One repeatedly allowed his dangerous behavior, which eventually led to the collapse of the timeline, and everyone in the universe had to be buried with him. But I don't have that kind of extra thoughts. Can someone who can't even beat Thanos cause the destruction of the world? He doesn't understand. Even threaten the safety of the world's existence? I hope that in this timeline, his obsession with Christine is not so deep. His separation from Christine is an absolute time point. Once he tries to subvert this point, the whole world will be doomed. On how much threat a blackened Doctor Strange can cause, perhaps it is not a wrong decision for the Illuminati of the 838 universe to execute Doctor Strange. Sometimes, his blackening is a real reason for the destruction of the world. Seeing this evaluation, Doctor Strange was stunned. Lin Feng's diary mentioned his harm to the world more than once, but it was difficult for him to imagine how much harm he could do to the world. In Chinese, it means to fight for the beauty, but how did he do it? Tony Stark said, a little puzzled. And why did the Ancient One allow all this to happen? Can't he see the future? I just want to live well in this dangerous world. If the timeline goes in the direction of Doctor Strange's evil, it's better to kill him directly. At worst, I will go to fight Dormammu. Although it looks fancy, it was still beaten to the ground by Thanos 838 universe. Illuminati executed Doctor Strange. Everyone was confused. Needless to say, for Stephen Strange himself, it was a very strange feeling. He didn't know what he did in that universe that made them decide to execute him. But on the other hand, for everyone in SHIELD, this further confirmed one thing, that is, Lin Feng's universe is in a higher dimensional universe. He can observe a large number of parallel universes, and he has the leisure time to classify and number different universes. So first of all, it is divided into two categories, the DC universe and the Marvel universe, and then each universe has a different universe number. But can they observe it? If the timeline can continue to grow, the timeline is endless. Can they manage it? Bruce Banner muttered to himself. So Lin Feng also has a lot of things he doesn't know. After all, no one can really observe an endless timeline. Every choice we make will create a brand new timeline. Who can manage this speed? Even TVA cut it off directly. Tony Stark said. But this 838 universe is powerful. It actually executed Doctor Strange directly. He didn't think Doctor Strange was someone who would surrender. Now it was obviously not that easy for him to die willingly, but this universe did it, which itself proved that things were not simple. But before they could think about it, a video appeared under this paragraph, and they quickly opened it to take a look. At the beginning of the scene, Stephen Strange was dressed like a standard elite in Western society. This was obviously completely different from the way he dressed like a practitioner after he embarked on the path of magic. The clothes were also similarly different, indicating different stages in his life. Before, he was a standard middle-class elite in Western society, but after the car accident, he transformed into a hermit and a mystic wizard. After getting out of the sports car, Doctor Strange in the picture came to the other door, opened the door, and quietly waited for Christine, who had become his girlfriend. "Good evening, so handsome." His girlfriend Christine slowly walked out and said, "What are you talking about? I just took it out of the dryer." Doctor Strange praised directly. And you? Fascinating. I went for dessert, and I agreed to eat caramel pudding. Christine said with a smile. Maybe there are other good things. Doctor Strange said with a faint smile. As he said that, he closed the door and drove out of the city. But everyone realized something was wrong when they saw this, because they had just seen this video. Wasn't it the place where Stephen Strange overturned his car? Especially for Stephen Strange, he was more familiar with that mountain road. He had attended the party held by the Neurosurgery Association more than once, and was very familiar with it. And the appearance of such a scene, didn't it mean that he would overturn his car again? It was already miserable to see the car overturn once. He could be said to have barely survived, but now it happened again. The most important thing was that this time, Christine was also in his car, and the relationship between Christine and himself in this video was obviously closer. It was not the kind of ambiguous relationship that was looming, but they had indeed become boyfriend and girlfriend. So if he died or was disabled, it would be fine. Now he had to get with Christine, which was the most unacceptable thing for him. But things would not disappear just because Stephen Strange didn't want to see them. At this time, in the picture, Christine's voice echoed in the mountains. Christine pestered Doctor Strange to know what speech he had prepared tonight. Everyone found that this time was different from what they saw before. There was no content about Christine last time, but this time, Christine was added, which meant that this might be a brand new timeline. A timeline that they had never seen before. A timeline in which Doctor Strange would turn evil. This might be a timeline that was completely destroyed by Doctor Strange, which was what Lin Feng just said, the root of Doctor Strange turning completely evil. Everyone also remembered what Lin Feng had just mentioned in his diary about Christine's obsession. Everyone was very surprised before. What was the point of having some obsessions? But seeing this, they seemed to understand something. This car accident not only affected Doctor Strange, but also Christine. This might make Doctor Strange on this timeline even crazier. Just when everyone was confused, Doctor Strange and his girlfriend Christine in the picture still encountered the same car accident as in other timelines. Of course, this time was not exactly the same, because Doctor Strange controlled the vehicle to avoid the first car. Just when everyone thought that this time was different, another car came and directly crashed his car under the cliff. This is the second time. They witnessed it all again. Could it be that the so-called fate is simply unchangeable? Stephen Strange outside the screen couldn't help but speak. He had a car accident before, but this time he had a car accident again, in exactly the same place, at exactly the same time. Even the angle of the slide was exactly the same. This made him believe Lin Feng's previous complaints, that there might really be an ancient one secretly controlling him to ensure that the car accident would happen, so that he would become Doctor Strange, and this was his fate. He must ensure that he embarked on the path of magic, and became a magician, or to be more precise, the successor of the Ancient One. But what no one expected was that this car accident brought even more terrible consequences. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.